had sandwiches.
Hey, folks. Oh, good, we have a quorum. Come on in.
We have a power strip over here. We should be able to reach.
Recording in progress.
Okay, I'm gonna start in
No.
1 minute.
Okay.
No. They are for the table. Um,
Are they from here?
Cassidy, when you checked on the air conditioning, did you say it was off?
It says it's on auto, but like it's like based on temperature right now.
It's definitely blowing.
well, how about turning the temperature up?
Turning it on, turning it down.
You're like Jen. I'm freezing. It's mostly because that thing blows right on
here.
you.
You still feel it?
And I,
No, that-
and I don't have a sweatshirt, which
I
you guys
think
should
that
have.
turned it on.
Okay, I turned it up 2 degrees.
Okay.
Good, thank you. All right, folks, we barely have a quorum, but we're going to start. Still do the introductions, and hopefully others on the committee will be joining us very shortly, because we have quite a number of counselors here. Good evening, everyone. This is a second August meeting of the Zoning and Planning Committee on August 21st. We're starting early at 5:30, as planned, and we have a lot on the table. So my name is Deb Crossley, Chair of the Committee, Counselor at Large from Ward 5. I'm joined at the beginning of the meeting by President Albright at Large from Ward 2, Councilor Polly Ryan, Ward Councilor from Ward 8, Councilor Pam Wright at Large from Ward 3. Those are the members of the committee who have joined us thus far. I do have a couple people who are gonna be 15 minutes late or so, but we have a quorum, so we're going to get started. This evening, our committee clerk is Cassidy Flynn. Jacqueline Norton is on vacation. And we are joined by 4 members of our planning staff, Director Barney Heath, Associate Director Jen Kyra, Chief of Long Range Planning, Zachary Lamel, and Joe Iadonisi. Got that? Terrific. Who will be assisting us this evening with any questions we may have. We're also joined online by Councilors Alicia Bowman, Lenny Gentile, Tariq Lucas, Andrea Downs, and I see Rick, but I think Rick Lipoff I know is coming 15 minutes late, so that must be a different Rick, and Julia Maliki. So, I see or saw Peter Doriger. Are you still here? Are there members, thank you, are there members of the planning board here? I think there are. Would you like to introduce them?
Yes, I think Vice Chair Kevin McCormick is here, and also Lee Breckenridge.
Okay, if you want to speak later on, I'm going to ask you to get closer to your mic. But we heard you enough for now, thank you. And I see Councilor Emily Norton has just joined us as well, and that is, and we have in the room Councilor Bill Humphrey. And as others come in, if we have time, we will introduce them too. Tonight, we're starting early because we want to get through the text amendments and get into the proposed map amendments as well. We are going to take up the text amendments first. We're starting early, so for those of us who are in the room on the committee, we're gonna take a quick dinner break. I'm gonna say at approximately 7, but the goal is to get through the amendments, and we made a lot of progress at our last meeting. Get through the text amendments, then have dinner, then proceed with the map amendments. So, the items before us, as usual, and we are now joined, I will say, by committee member Josh Krinsman at large from Ward 4.
Okay.
Great that you're here with
Good
us.
to be here.
Yeah, I hope you like the sandwich. Anyway, the items before us, where's my agenda? Are 38-22, which is the Village Center Overlay District. Proposal, discussion and review relative to the draft zoning ordinance regarding village centers, and then as you know, we always carry the MBTA communities discussion item along with that. So we had 2 memos in the packet. Again, we're gonna start with the text amendments from where we left off last time. And I think I wanna say at the outset too, we don't expect to get through all of the map amendments. If we do, I'll buy dinner next time. But I should say that we wanna get far enough so that we can notice the public hearing again for the 2nd meeting in September. And then on September 11th, which is our first meeting, we have a little bit of other business, but we can continue our discussions and continue moving forward. As you all know, we are taking straw votes on each of these items, so nothing is binding until after we complete the public hearing or hearings. So we left off in the middle of dimensional standards for sites last time. I don't see, is Councilor Laredo with us? No. Should I take these up in order? I think I should. I think I need to take them up in order. And I think the committee can have the discussion. The first one is from Councilor Laredo, and he's asking to require a special permit for multiple buildings on a lot in all zones. And just for those of you who may not have been with us last time, the committee voted 5 in favor and 3 abstentions to eliminate the VC1 zone. And the 3 abstentions said that that would be pending our discussion on the maps, because we wanted to be clear about where that was going, and that's understandable. So planning, would you like to make a comment first of all on this amendment?
Sure. So in the proposal, multiple buildings are allowed on a lot. Like the building footprint kind of controls the overall massing. If you have a large enough site, you could put multiple buildings on a lot. In the VC2 and the VC3 zones, the core of the village centers, that's fairly substantial. If you need a pretty large size lot, and then you would start to get into probably the special permit territory. In the MRT zone, the multi-residence transit, for new construction, it's written that we do require a special permit for multiple buildings on a lot already, which is probably, I think, the most impactful area, which is why we were recommending that. In the case of adaptive reuse, if you preserve an existing building, we recommend that multiple buildings be allowed by site plan review. So a little bit of an incentive, a little bit of a different process to preserve the building and add others. So our recommendation was to not require this.
Okay, Councilor Wright?
So my concerns are with MRT. So if you had an 18,000 square foot lot and you had kept the original building and add on, you could add 3 or 4 additional buildings on that lot.
Special permit's required, MRT. for multiple buildings.
Site
No.
plan review if you're also doing adaptive reuse
Yes.
as a further
Oh.
incentive to preserve the existing building.
But right now, it's only 15 feet apart for the buildings. First of all, I'd like to see that farther, maybe 25 feet apart. I think one building by right and more by special permit. Yes, you could have site plan review, but a 1,500 square foot building only needs roughly 3,400 square feet of space. If you were doing the setbacks and things like that, but it'd be actually probably a little bit less than that. Which would take away from what we're trying to do in keeping within the neighborhood. Again, one I have no problems with, and the rest by special permit, if you wanna do additional. It could get pretty crowded. And site plan review, I mean, what you have written there is you can just plop all these on there with 15 feet apart, that's it. I don't know what site plan review would change what's written.
I mean, site plan review is a really powerful tool, besides what other people might say or have heard. I think you can look at case law. There's lots of things that have been upheld by site plan review.
Even though you're requiring on the site plan review to go beyond what's written in the zoning?
Again, I think we can update that section and make that a little bit more robust, but again, there is a lot within case law for site plan review to be enforced and provide meaningful requirements and conditions on a property.
And the reason I have an issue with the 15 feet is the massing would seem more like a single big building on the MRT. Again, I'm looking at the MRT, not as concerned in the VC 2 and 3, but on the MRT, that's where I'm concerned. So on the VC 2 and 3, you need a really big lot anyways, because you got a 10,000 square foot footprint or 15,000, so
Right.
another building is slim. And then you do have site plan review or otherwise special permit. But I'm concerned there are large lots out there in the MRT, and maybe four additional buildings would be okay, but I want some more oversight on it than just by right and site plan review.
President Albright.
So, could we build any guidelines for the site plan review that give the site plan reviewers guidance about what they're looking for with respect to multiple buildings? I mean, are you concerned that it can't be they can't all have streetscape, they have to go back probably. But, I mean, what concerns do we have and can we protect against them?
I think we would ask you all what concerns you have. We thought it was appropriate, so I think we need to hear from you the concerns, and then we can determine whether there are some criteria we can build into the review process.
So right now, there are, like on, I think it's Otis or Highland, I forget, I always get them mixed up. There are a lot of deep lots, and there are a lot of special permit houses that go way back because they've added on 2 units in the back. But they're all connected because that was the only way you could do it. So you have the requirements of protecting to make sure that there's still some open space. And I guess that's pretty much, and that the driveway is in a good place, that makes sense.
Yeah, and that's part of site plan review, is looking at access, circulation, open space. I think we'll later get to a proposed amendment regarding a minimum open space requirement in MRT. Maybe that helps address some of the concerns.
We will get to that.
It's in this section?
Yeah.
So I'm gonna suggest that we take our first vote on the VC2 and VC3. I think we've heard from all sides that we're not concerned.
Counselor, you haven't heard from me, I just drove up, so I hope.
Oh, I thought you were coming into the room.
No, but I'll be upstairs in about, as soon as I can turn off the motor and be there.
Okay, I tell you what, we're gonna how about we lay this guy on the table and go to the next several that have to do with, that have to do with dimensional requirements on the site and come back to this one, and since also the maker,
Talk about it and nobody's, doesn't make it, you know.
we could, Counselor Laredo, yours was first in line, and so please.
You gotta give me a moment to get settled, Madam
Okay,
Chair.
tell you what, we're gonna go back to it then.
How's that? I'll go second, give me 1 minute.
So the second one is, I'm gonna skip that because it's Counselor Baker. The third one is increase the open space requirement for MRT and VC one. Again, VC one is probably off the table at this point as a zone, because we voted it that way last time, to 50% from 30%. So in other words, the proposal is to increase the open space requirement for MRT to 50% from 30% and require on all lots, not just for special permit lots. I'm gonna let planning make a statement first, and then I'll go to Councilor Wright, because this is her amendment.
Really quickly, I mean, I guess we put this in the memo, but just that, again, we don't have a building footprint currently in our zoning. The building footprint plus the setbacks, in almost all cases lead to, significantly more open space on a lot. Which is why we don't believe there is a need for a minimum amount of open space. In the memo we put forward, if the committee was so inclined to require open space, we are recommending no more than 35%. We can leave it at that.
Okay, so the planning department recommendation is no more than 35%, Councilor Wright.
So presently, and it's more than just open space, it's usable open space. So even though now, the way it's written, they could put a house and pave the whole entire thing, pave the whole lot, put parking everywhere. There's nothing in there that says you have to have green space or usable open space. Presently, our zoning requires in the residential district between 50 and 70% usable open space. And that's, you have that open space, you're gonna have trees and grass and things like that, especially with all the flooding we're having, trees are really, really important. And the way it's written, yes, you have some setbacks, you don't have a lot of open space, but it can all be paved. And I don't wanna see it all paved. I'd like to see, right now it's 50 to 70%, in the MRT, I'd like to see a minimum of 50% usable open space.
Okay, Ms. Kyra?
Yeah, if I can quickly clarify, the usable open space is actually only, I think, in maybe MU4 and MU3, and it's referring to publicly accessible space. Our open space definition for the rest of the districts doesn't include parking areas. So you couldn't pave everything for parking and count it as open space. The stormwater ordinance will also prevent a lot of that from happening as well. That if you're gonna pave the whole site, you're gonna have a very expensive stormwater system. So not so worried about all becoming paving. I do think we need to distinguish in MRT versus VC2 and VC3 the type of open space, because I don't think it's appropriate to expect public open space in MRT. I think that's a very different nature and should still be private to those the residents of the site, whereas we would want to see plazas and things like that in VC2 and VC3.
Oh, I didn't mean public in MRT.
Well, that's what the usable open space definition.
So I thought usable, the way I was reading usable open space is that it's not paved.
No, it's the usable, you have to kind of circle through multiple layers of the ordinance, and probably should be clarified, but it requires access to the public,
So-
and that's what we use in like MU4.
But there is a usable open space requirement in our residential zoning presently, and it's between 50 and 70%.
Right, sorry,
We're just talking about MRT, just to be clear, this amendment is just for MRT.
you're right, I think it's something else that then triggers the public, but I think we wanna make sure we're planning to use the same open space definition that we use in the residential districts.
Okay,
It's
which
just a-
means non-pavement.
It's just a lower number, because we want to allow for multiple units on these sites. The footprint, like Zach said, is gonna really restrict it. We increased the setbacks at the last meeting for MRT. So we are getting more open space. If you want to require it for all parcels, even those that don't trigger a special permit, we just don't recommend going all the way to 50%.
Yeah, so right now, there's no
Correct.
requirement for usable open space on lots under
Correct.
30,000 square feet in the MRT.
So, oh, you okay? I'm gonna take committee first on this one. This is Councilor Wright's amendment, so I'll go to President Albright and then Councilor Laredo.
So we just, as you said, we just pushed the houses back to 20 feet. I'm wondering
brought
if
it-
we went too
increased the
far
size.
with that. We increased the setback. But even so, I think I would be comfortable with the 30%. I wouldn't be comfortable with 50%, but I would be comfortable with 30% as an open space requirement.
Okay. Councilor Laredo?
So I think you need an open space requirement, period, okay? Whether it's 30%, 35%, 40%, 45%, I think you have to provide us with some actual numbers so people can do the analyses of what would get built and how much open space you would get. But the fact that it might be expensive to put in stormwater, it's gonna be expensive for someone in VC2 to put in stormwater controls. I mean, anybody can do it. It's not that hard, actually. You put in French drains, you put in drains to the ground. So I think an open space requirement is really, really important here. And I'm not sure 30%, frankly, Councilor Albright, is enough. But again, before I could make an appropriate analysis, you have to tell us on this type of lot with the setbacks, what is going to get built, and give us 3 or 4 examples, and then we can decide if where it needs to be. But without that, respectfully, I think we're all kind of engaged in guesswork here, and I don't think that's a good idea.
I'm gonna suggest, all right, we're not looking, I know you know this, but for everybody who's watching, we're not looking at a particular site or a particular project. We're looking at numbers that can be applied reasonably across the wide variety of sites that we have in Newton. At the last meeting, we did vote to increase side yard setbacks in MRT and the front yard setback in MRT. Right now, we're only talking about what we're using as the residential transition zone.
But may I respond to that, Chair Crossley? That's good and fine, but unless you take some examples, how are you all supposed to
We
do the
have
analysis?
looked at examples. We've looked at examples that have shown that just by using the setbacks, there was an example where we got 50% open space,
Well,
just by
then
using
it won't be hard to
the
require
setbacks.
50% open space.
There are others where if you go into communities that have smaller lots, like my street, or if you go over to the north side where there's 4,000 and 5,000 square foot lots that are typical in an area, you're gonna get a little bit less.
Well, how much less?
You
I mean,
have-
that's the operative question, Chair Crossley. You can't just
We did that
speculate on
assessment
this.
earlier in the spring, so I'm hoping that at least the committee who are preparing to vote straw votes just to move this forward so that we have a sense, based on the analyses we've already done, we need to move this forward to the next step, because we're not taking final votes even in committee yet.
I understand that. Taking your street as an example, Chair Crossley, how much open space would there be on a typical lot if you just apply the setbacks?
Again, we've done this analysis, we provided it not only to the committee, but to the entire public through the Friday packet. We have a 1,500 square foot max footprint. Divide that, take any size lot you want and divide it by 1,500. That's the amount of percentage open space that can be provided.
So
It's
I'll let
4,000, 5,000,
Counselor-
6,000.
I'll let Councilor.
Right now, by right, projects are being totally paved over. The Nevada Street and Watertown project that we've shown, totally paved. Floral Street, a special permit project that I'm looking at, 27 Floral Street, that could have been smaller units, became a single family attached 2-unit. I think it was just a 2-unit by right. Everything was knocked down. This is happening right now, already. So we're balancing a whole host of different things here. We're recommending no more than 35%. to get an appropriate amount of open space and get smaller units and get more affordable units, the more things that increase the amount of the property increases the cost of housing. We think we're striking the right balance by recommending 35%.
Okay, I'm gonna
That's
go to
that.
Counselor Leary, and then I have people, then I'll go to Counselor Baker, and I have people online who have not spoken. I don't know why a hand is up above our committee room, but,
It's just.
Okay. all right, Counselor Leary.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So my thinking here is that we have, I think, gotten quite a bit of information on this already, but given the storms that we've been having lately, the amount of water that's ending up in our storm drains, I actually would go with a 35%, just to be on the safe side, and that's what the planning department, their upper level of what you recommend. And given all the other information that we've had on MRTs, I think that's appropriate.
Thank you, Counselor Leary. Counselor Baker,
So just to clarify, we're talking about,
number 3.
I know, but are we talking about a requirement in all cases? And then the question is, what is a requirement, or are we talking, have we made that decision?
MRT, we're in the MRT zone
MRT,
only.
right.
Yes,
Okay.
but a bottom line requirement of 35%
Okay.
is on the
As
table.
long as you've got a requirement, I agree with you, and support 35 to get us moving.
Thank you. I'm gonna go online. Counselor Downs and then, Bowman, thank you. I just put my other glasses on.
Thanks. I mean, I'm seeing things up the street that are clearly taking, single-family home tear downs that are clearly taking far more than, they're not leaving 35% of the space for open space, and I'm not counting driveways. And I'm not counting patios, but they clearly don't have 35% or 50%. They're taking as much of the lot as possible for house. And maybe when we fill the hole back in after they pour the foundation, it'll be a little bigger, but it doesn't look like a whole lot of space. So if we can get 35% for an MRT, we're already putting more around the house, not built area than we currently are putting in our single family areas. So the question I had about usable open space, should we define that for residential as those non-paved areas where grass and trees can grow? If I choose to put a forest in there, is that considered usable? Or would usable need to be a patio, a driveway, or something like that? And I'm also curious about the impacts of the stormwater zoning that was passed earlier, and how that would impact the amount of open space with plants on it rather than driveway and building on it.
So Counselor Downs?
It's this part. I know it's complicated, sorry. Go ahead.
I'm worried about going too far astray from the particular question before us. I don't want to get really involved in the stormwater ordinance. We passed that some time ago. We know what the requirements are. I think it is important, and the planning department could make a quick statement about clarifying the definition of open space with respect to this section, if that needs to be any different from what we have in our residential section. I would be happy at this point tonight, how the committee feels, to leave it that the planning department will take another look at that definition and make sure that it is clear, and we will then have it before us again in September, at the end of September. Is that all right with you?
I guess what Councilor Wright's getting at, but that I don't hear defined, is that usable for her means planted, not paved, open space. And I think we need to be clear that that is what we're talking about when we're talking open space, because I've heard driveways and parking lots called open space.
I understand, and there's
I
an
don't consider them such.
There's an ISD definition as well, so we just need some clarity.
You include
That would be
walks,
great.
but not anywhere you can park a car.
Right, okay, so right now Ms. Kyra says you include walks, but not anywhere you can park a car,
Okay.
all right? Counselor Bowman, I'm gonna remind us, this might be the first one that we're going to vote on
And,
Excellent, I'll be quick. So my question is, I believe since the MRT is primarily in places where it's currently MR.
Can you
What
speak
are the
closer to your mic,
MR?
please?
So sorry, am I clear now?
yes,
Okay, since MRT is primarily in currently defined multi-resident zones, is the open space requirement in multi-resident zones different than in the SR zones?
Yes, the MR zones are 50% and the SR zones are 50 to 65% usable open space, which doesn't include driveways, but as Ms. Kyra said, walkways, etc. The MR or the SRs are 50 to 70%, 50 to 65% usable open space.
Okay, can we just leave this as the planning department's going to look at these different definitions, make sure we have clarity here, and you will give us something in writing on that? Please. Okay, we are on number 3, but it's the first one, and Councilor Wright, you proposed increasing to 50%. Seems like we have somewhat of a consensus around 35%. Are you willing to amend your proposal?
No, 50% is what we have right now as a minimum for MR, and I think
But we
especially with
allow
all
a
the
bigger
green.
building envelope.
Pardon?
We allow a much bigger building envelope than what we're proposing here. Footprint.
Yeah, no, I feel strongly that with all the rains and things like that,
Okay.
we need that space.
Okay, we'll put, the amendment is, the proposal is first for 50%. If that fails, there is some desire to have an open space number, so we'll go down to the lower number.
And this is usable open space.
Understand?
And this is for new construction and adaptive reuse, is that the intent?
I think we should consider something different for adaptive reuse, because that's a little bit different.
It's not the MRT zone. What you're proposing is that for new construction in an MRT zone, that we require 50% usable open space. We're gonna define that. Okay, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
That's 2. All those opposed, please say nay.
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 could I substitute 30, I guess it's 35%.
So that's, okay, 2 to 6. And so all those in favor of 35% as a minimum open space number, please say aye.
Aye.
And
Abstain.
Councilor Baker, did you say aye? Okay, and you'll abstain. Great. 7 approved, 1 abstention for 35%. Now I'm gonna go to number 4 and then back to the first one because they both might pertain to an easier vote on the first one. So from Councilor Baker, wants to set a minimum lot size. Planning, and then I'll.
And I just want to clarify, there's a reference to number 17 in the planning department note, and I don't see a number 17 on my page. It ends at 16.
There was, and I
It should
think you
be
moved the numbers up.
15.
15?
Apologies. Which is about rear lot subdivision.
Okay.
Okay, got it, thank you, for the clarification. Planning,
So, I mean, we went through this last year, in June with the committee, and the committee voted, in favor of not requiring a minimum lot size. Again, if you go around in the core village centers, these are small lots where the buildings take up the entire lot. Land is the most expensive thing. If we wanna create cheaper, development, not from a quality standpoint, from a just cost standpoint, we need to allow development on less land, and that is in keeping kind of with the historical nature of our village centers. It's the same thing in MRT as well. Again, if we want to create more affordable housing opportunities, housing at different price points, we need to allow these on smaller lots, and let the setbacks and the footprint kind of guide that what can or cannot be built. That was the recommendation. I think in our memo, in the memo we put out, if there is a somewhat of a concern of things becoming too tight, again, particularly in the MRT, that transition zone, we would recommend setting a minimum frontage, not a minimum lot size, and setting that minimum frontage at no more than 45 feet.
No less than or
Yes,
no more than?
No more than 45 feet.
So,
Councilor Baker.
I would love to hear the rationale for 45, and you can articulate that in a minute, but my memory is that, we have an ordinance now, the general background is that, the minimum lot size in the city is 5,000 square feet, if my memory is correct. Is that right?
No, it's 10,000, I think.
Depends on the
10,000.
district.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
Say again?
It depends on the district.
I don't think it's ever smaller than 10,000.
It's
Yeah.
7,000.
In MR one, it
Okay.
Old
go to
lot.
4,000.
Old lot in MR is
Okay.
7,000,
Okay.
but you're not creating old lot. It's kind of irrelevant, because you can't ever create an old lot.
I'm confused, could you say that one more time?
You're more accurate than I was, obviously. But the minimum lot size in the city for residential in an MR district, for example, is what? 10?
When you're creating a new lot.
Yeah. And if you're an existing lot, you're an old lot at 7. But I guess my concern is that, again, the degree to which you pack in too many things in too small a space. So I'd be interested in the alternative of the frontage, but 45 seems small to me. I'd be curious to know the rationale for that. So I guess I'd like to ask the planning to explain their alternative.
So the committee voted to increase the side setbacks in the MRT zone to 10 feet. So 10-foot setbacks would give you a 25-foot wide building, and I think if you're looking for a 3-family home, 3 or 4 family home, if you go around the region and look at kind of home or building widths, 25 is probably a minimum to get, because you're going to need to get access to those upper floor units, which is going to take up space at the ground floor. So from a building typology point of view, you probably don't want them to get much narrower than 25 feet.
I'm not sure how it's relevant here, but in the town I grew up in, we had what we called shotgun houses. You know what a shotgun house?
They like yard cars?
Well, no, it's a house that was so narrow that the theory was if you fired a shotgun, you would take out everything from front to back. Now, not that that's what people do. I'm just talking about.
Maybe not a politically correct analogy to
Never mind. The point of it is a very narrow structure.
Sure.
What I'm trying to avoid is very narrow structures as well as have enough yard here to make a difference in the positive direction. That's part of what a minimum lot size seems to me does for you, in addition to all these other requirements we talked about.
So what if there
Councilor
were?
Baker, could you speak up a little bit or lean toward the mic? It's very hard
Who's
to
that?
hear you.
She's saying she couldn't hear.
Oh, can you turn the volume up for the?
No, we're inaudible, at least, I don't know.
That's what she
you-
said, yeah.
You're a
maybe
low talker.
Some.
Okay.
It's probably a good idea, but never mind.
Okay, so the consideration that you are describing, Councilor Baker, seems to me it could be solved with a minimum frontage versus a minimum lot size. We have a large number of lots in the city, particularly in Upper Falls, and then again on the north side at 4,000 square feet or even less. But 4,000 was a typical lot that was drawn, and then there's neighborhoods where it's 5,000 and neighborhoods where it's 7,000 and so forth. When the minimum lot size was changed, all of those became, as you know, non-conforming, legally non-conforming. But if the concern is that the house not be too narrow, and I just had this conversation with Mr. Linnell the other day, because now that we have narrowed this, widened the side yard setbacks, for good or bad, we might wanna think about our lot frontage minimum, if we have one, relative to having a building that's at least, say, 25 feet wide, as opposed to, right? So that, or 30 feet wide or something like that. That would solve the condition you're concerned about. I think there was a lot of.
That would help, and I guess the other concern is just the incentive for subdivision itself of lots. And, creating a lot of these sort of stacked together. I think that's part of what Councilor Wright was getting at in her last set of amendments. So minimum lot size seems to me still a good idea. I guess 45 still seems small to me, but as an alternative. I'd like to hear what other members of the committee think.
President Albright.
So we have a lot of lots in my ward that are very small, 3,000 and 4,000 and 5,000. They're especially around the Cabot School, and they're lovely, wonderful houses on them, and people love them and enjoy living in them, and they're more affordable because they are smaller. So I'm happy with the no minimum lot size. And with respect to multiple buildings on a lot, you know, right now, the only way you can do that is through a special permit when they're all attached to each other. And we have a lot of them in my ward that have been approved over the years, and they're lovely. They have one driveway that goes down one side, and they all open off the driveway, and they're really very nice. And 3 people live there, and I don't know what's there to object to. They're really, I like them, and so I'm okay with multiple buildings on the site, and I'm okay with no lot size minimum. If that's the only way to get past this, then I could live with it, but I don't think it's necessary.
The question was, I didn't hear, how do we feel about what?
The frontage.
The frontage,
Yeah.
okay. Council Leary.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I also am not in favor of requiring a minimum lot size. I think that eats into too much to our goals in terms of creating more affordable and more diverse, smaller units. As a matter of fact, there's a special permit coming up in land use for a tiny little lot where they're going to put 3 micro units on that. I'm not suggesting that should necessarily be by right. It is, maybe that should stay a special permit. But as President Albright said, there are a lot of lovely smaller homes that I think would be appropriate to have by right. So I'm not in favor of the minimum lot size.
Councilor Danberg.
I'm also gonna come down on the side of no minimum lot size. The reason for it is a combination of what's just been said, and that is that we're trying as a city to try to increase the number of smaller units, and we're even talking about cluster housing, and we've got so few locations where we could do cluster housing because we have to have a minimum of something like an acre of land to be able to do it, that we could essentially do cluster housing, but do it on these small lots in different neighborhoods. And I agree. If anybody has ever seen the tiny house show, yeah, I could live in one of those. And I think that that small houses on small lots are much more affordable and bring us closer to the goal that we're all trying to reach.
Okay, I'm thinking we should vote this in 2 parts. Okay, let me tell you what I'm thinking, and then I'll take additional
I have
comment.
a question though, yes.
Okay.
To planning. So what is can people subdivide lots by right? What's gonna need to be done in order, they have a 15,000 square foot lot, and now we wanna make them into 5 lots?
They could, as long as they could, then, I mean, you're only gonna subdivide to the point where you could provide the setbacks, which have increased in the open space and all of that, in a home. But that was, part of the intent, was that instead of requiring a lot of land area, that you make it easier for smaller buildings with smaller units, and provide more housing. Again, just in the areas closest to the village centers. We're not going into the, real single-family neighborhoods here, but yes, they could. But we were thinking, as, Zach mentioned, as a minimum frontage requirement, because I know we've talked before about we don't necessarily want rear lot subdivisions by right. Mm-hmm. So that's where we thought a minimum frontage requirement to make sure that the building is still taking access from the street and still has frontage on the street, which, in general is what we want to see, would achieve that, but that we don't need a minimum lot size.
So rear subdivision would be by special permit. So a shared driveway going into the back, that would have to be by special permit.
Unless if you vote to require a minimum frontage, unless they had enough so essentially if it was 45 feet, 90 feet of frontage, you couldn't divide and put a lot in the back. But if you had the 45 feet, you would just put the house in the front next to
Yeah.
the other house.
Okay. I have one more person who wants to speak. Councilman Ray.
So, Counselor Danberg, I'm glad you find the tiny house attractive and one you'd want to live in. That's good.
At least for a weekend.
When you said for a weekend, are you prepared to give up
I'm
yours?
teasing, oh, come on, let's move ahead.
I'm just curious.
Small houses can be really refreshing, depending on your point of view.
And depending on your.
Okay,
preference.
folks, we have
I'll
work
leave
to do
it-
tonight.
I'll leave it at that, but now I digressed. My concern here is the incentive to subdivide already rather modest lots into much smaller lots. And I don't think that's a good policy decision for us. I mean, obviously, if you had a half an acre of land near a transit area, you very well may want to subdivide that. That would make good sense, good use of land. But if you're on a piece of property which is, say, 6,000 or 7,000 square feet already, and you're now creating incentives to divide that same owner, okay, existing older building, you're now creating incentives to not only knock down the existing house, but to subdivide so you can build much more. I think we ought to be very concerned about that. That's not good policy. And, you know, Councilor Albright, in response to your comments, I agree with you. The things we approve in land use, which I almost invariably vote for, are the result of careful work to make sure that what gets built is appropriate, accommodates the needs of the neighbors, and is beneficial to the owners of the property. That's the land use process at work. You're giving all of that up here. And so I'm not personally wedded to the requirement of a certain amount of square footage. I can see that being somewhat arbitrary. And certainly a 10,000 square foot lot size doesn't seem to me to make sense, given what we're trying to encourage. But at the very least, you have to have more frontage. And I don't think Mr. Lamel's idea of 45 square feet is enough. I think you go to 50 or 60. That accomplishes much of what you're trying to do, and avoids what I think. Look, I think we all have to put ourselves in the shoes of developers trying to make money. And developers trying to make money are going to take a lot and subdivide it as much as possible to put as much as they can on there. That's reality. And I don't think we ought to be encouraging behaviors that actually are not good for the community. I'll leave it at that.
Okay,
Thanks.
I think we need to move on here. We need to take our straw votes. I don't think we really need to lobby one another because we've heard it all before. We know there's different points of view. Last week, we got a pretty good consensus on most of the items before us. I'd like to vote this in two parts. The first vote would be, do we want to approve a minimum lot size? Without the number, just the concept, do we want to approve a minimum lot size? The second vote would be, assuming that fails, do we want to consider a minimum frontage? And then do we want to consider a 45 feet as minimum frontage or what? Okay?
Can I point out, MR right now is 70 feet or 80 feet required.
But that's not what's on the ground.
Right, yeah.
I'll just, what's on the ground in our city really matters. We have a huge area in Newton Upper Falls and Newton Highlands that abuts it, which are like I said, it was drawn as 4,000 square foot lots. Some are less, some are a little more. And, it's a neighborhood that works really nicely and there's good people living there and they're happy living there, okay? So, and that's the case all over the city. So I think we do have to think about what's on the ground. Does it work? Does it not work? Yeah, so, and what are we trying to do here? I'm hoping everybody's making your straw votes with the goals in mind. We no longer allow those neighborhoods to happen at 4,000 square feet and 40-foot widths. That's the lot width on my street and in all those other neighborhoods. So if we want to make some progress and allow for some other buildings to happen, that's what's on the table here. So, okay with the votes? We'll take, first vote is, do we want to consider a minimum lot size? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
We have 2 in favor, all opposed?
No.
No.
6 opposed, thank you. Do we want to consider a minimum lot frontage, I'll say of at least 45 feet? But then we can talk about the number. So I'll say at least.
I think it's no
In the
more than-
MRT zone, well, because I want, no, I'm gonna say at least people. And then we'll do that, okay?
Okay.
It's the concept. Do we wanna consider a minimum lot frontage in the MRT zone? All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. That's 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, all those opposed?
No.
No.
I'm sorry, Holly, I didn't hear you. Do we wanna consider a minimum lot frontage in the MRT zone? We talked about 45 feet, but the question before us is just, do we wanna consider it?
Yes.
Okay, so we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 to 3.
I just wanna say that I am in a spirit of compromise to get our zoning.
Thank you.
And I'm keeping my mind open to this one.
Okay, so
Okay.
next
It's all
question,
alike,
next question is, do we wanna consider a minimum lot frontage of, no more than 45 feet? Okay, understanding that we increased the setbacks last time, so we're looking at a house width that could work, right?
So it could be less than 45 feet?
Well, if you make it less than 45
minimum.
feet, then Counselor Baker's gonna take out his shotgun.
Oh, boy. Never mind.
Just see what happens, you know?
I just wanna say, I'm looking at Parkview Ave, and we have totally eliminated the ability to create these lovely houses that we have on Parkview Ave with our setbacks and our minimum, and lot size, and I don't know what it is, but the house is only 32.
Okay.
And there's almost no setback, so it's a pity what we're doing right now.
Okay.
If I can comment, I think part of what I'm concerned about is the tear down incentive of these, the existing houses are not gonna be affected. What we're talking about is what happens in new construction, right? This is not an adaptive reuse, right? These are, so,
We're trying to incentivize adaptive reuse, and I think so that, yeah, this is new construction in the MRT zone is what we're
So
talking about right now.
so I think there is some benefit in having this as a disincentive to the tear down and preserve what's there. So that's why I think it does have an added value independent of the value of the lot. So whether that's the right number, we can talk about, but I would certainly support the minimum of 45.
Council Wright.
I agree, so if it's, that number's too small, you're gonna have more incentive for tearing down instead of adaptive reuse, because they can put maybe 2 or 3 lots on there. And we wanna do adaptive reuse and add buildings to it, we don't wanna just clear cut the lot and put up 3 houses in.
Well, have we said enough? Nope.
I
Okay,
would
go ahead.
actually prefer them put in 3 smaller houses than the huge homes that we're seeing built now, where they knock it right down, a perfectly good house, knock it down and put in a McMansion to the very edge of the lot line, 7.5 feet.
But we're
It's happening in Oak Hill Park, and I don't want that to continue. I think we need to move on this.
And it will do what we wanna do, I thought, adaptive reuse first, and they can build additional buildings on there versus having it too narrow it's more expensive to do adaptive reuse. So you want incentives to do that, and if they can subdivide the lot into many lots, it'll be easier to just take it all down and then build these new smaller houses versus adaptive reuse on the main building and putting some more buildings in the back.
Folks, I think we have a disagreement, and so I think we should vote on this. The number on the table is 45 feet as a minimum frontage. All those in favor of setting the minimum frontage at 45 feet? And remember, you vote yes, no, or abstain. Please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? 1, 2, 3, 4.
Abstention.
Okay, wait,
Oh, yeah, I'm gonna abstain.
okay.
I'm staying opposed. Are we gonna vote for
Wait a second, wait a second.
No, let's see what-
2 opposed, 2 abstentions.
Or maybe that passes.
It passes, okay?
Can we go to a vote for a wider minimum lot size?
60
Sure,
feet.
we'll vote it down.
Okay. All those in favor of setting a minimum frontage at 60 feet in the MRT zone, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
No.
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 Okay, 2 to 6. What passes is a 45-foot minimum lot width. Okay, all right.
So that's not the same as frontage.
Frontage, frontage,
So can you put a house behind
So,
if it doesn't have any frontage?
No,
But you can put multiple buildings on a lot if you reuse the original house. So then you could put buildings behind.
so this doesn't really apply to adaptive reuse because adaptive reuse is the house on a lot the way it is.
Okay,
Right.
so you can't do new construction with more than one.
You could by special permit.
Okay.
It's still good by special permit. Okay. What was the vote? Thank you, never mind, 4 to 2 to 2. Right, thank you. I just wanted to have it right here.
At 45,
Yes, I got that.
60 was 2%.
Thank you. Okay, folks, we're gonna go backwards before we go forwards. Because there weren't enough people here when we got started. I think having done this, the first item might be easier for us. It is from Council Laredo, require a special permit for multiple buildings on lots in all zones. Planning, do you mind repeating for the public, your quick statement here?
This is most impactful in MRT. MRT for new construction requires a special permit already for multiple buildings on a lot. It's site plan review through adaptive reuse to incentivize the preservation of the existing home. In VC2 and VC3, this is less of a concern. You need really big lots to do this, and again, then you'll start to trigger site plan review and a special permit.
So,
So let me just say where we got, because we had the conversation that you missed, I just want to summarize it for you, okay? So, the sense of the committee was that yes, in VC2 and VC3, you're gonna get into special permit territory pretty quickly if you have, a desire to put more than one building on a lot, you need a pretty big lot. And I'll leave the rest because, Zach, we just said it, but, that's where there was some,
you don't need that big a lot. I mean, if you had a 20,000 square foot lot, okay? That's a by right project, right? And very easy to put multiple buildings there. I mean, any developer can do that depending on what they're gonna do, but I don't think it's something, and that could be done under your proposal without a special permit, correct?
Without a special permit, and I think that would be a condition that would be very in line with what you're typically seeing in traditional village centers, right? 3 or 4 buildings on an 8,000 square foot lot that all have 0 lot lines that
Where do
touch
we
each
see,
other.
where on a single lot do we see multiple buildings right now?
It wouldn't, well, one, you'd also have multiple buildings, we require a minimum of 25 feet between each building. Where does it?
You said, Zach, you said a moment ago that we see this now in village centers on the same lots.
I didn't say on the same lot, I just meant buildings kind of right up against each other on small lots.
But what I'm getting at is we're talking about a single lot and whether we're gonna, not prohibit it, okay? No one's saying prohibit anything, because that's what the special permit process is for, in my view. If it's a good reason and it makes sense, you come in and you get your special permit. But I am very concerned about the idea that you're gonna allow a developer to do anything like put 2 buildings on a lot by right with no oversight. And I'll say this again, colleagues, the planning board site plan review is not oversight, period. It is recommendations, it's we feel like you should do this, but at the end of the day, it means nothing.
That is
I
just
put that out.
false. Look at the case law on site plan review.
Mr. Lamel,
Please look
you
at any.
can't deny it. That's
You can't
the
deny it,
bottom
but you
line.
But you
can
can-
condition
you
it,
can
those
condition-
conditions
yeah.
have been held up in
Only
Just
court.
look it up in
reasonable-
case law.
We can agree to disagree
Mr.
here, but
Lamel, we'll agree to disagree,
Great.
okay? I don't agree with you. If you wanna cite me the cases to that, I'll be
Sure.
happy to go
We
read
will
them.
have our law department send them to you.
Okay, but in my mind, site plan review is not a substitute
No.
for special permits, period.
No one from Montana.
And there's a reason we don't have site plan review in most of the city right now. There's a reason for that.
Okay.
Okay.
There's a clear disagreement here, so let's not protract it.
Well, I'd
We
like
have a
to,
difference of
so-
opinion on,
are there other cities and towns that have site plan review and no special permit that have worked?
there are other cities and towns that have site plan review. There are more that will likely be incorporating it as the MBTA communities law specifically allows site plan review and still considered by right.
Right, so you're gonna have to do it if you want any oversight at all.
No, and the other piece is only the city council can amend the zoning code. So we're talking about creating the oversight and putting it in place up front. And you might not agree that that's
I
enough.
fundamentally do not agree with that, Mr. Lamel, okay? Special permits are done.
okay, folks, we're wasting time here.
I don't agree with you.
We're not gonna get through the text amendment.
Right.
I understand, so we're gonna, I think we're gonna vote this, I don't know if we need to vote it separately, but I'll try. The item before us is to require a special permit for multiple buildings on a lot in all zones, so let's vote on that for the VC2 and VC3 zones first. All those in favor, please say aye.
In VC2, you're separating, right?
I'm separating them, so just for VC2 and VC3. That's 0. All those opposed, say no. No. Okay, so that's 8-0, no for VC2 zones. All those in favor of requiring, well, we already do require a special permit for multiple buildings for new construction in MRT zone. So what we're saying is, do you want to also require a special permit for adaptive reuse if there are multiple buildings on a site in an MRT zone instead of the site plan review? Sounds all right?
I'd like to, if it's more than 2 buildings, instead of, you can add a building by right, but if it's more than 2, I'd like to see a special permit.
Okay. So we have a modified proposal. Yeah, go ahead.
I think I need a little more information.
Mm.
to make-
I do too, yeah.
More than 2 period or more 2 additional?
So this is, adaptive reuse,
Right,
and
so
it's
there's one building already
right
on the site.
there, and you can have another one by right, and then more than that would be a special permit.
The shed with the barn.
Well, we're talking about a second more than 2 buildings for habitable residential units. You're not talking about accessory buildings.
Correct.
Okay.
So
Because,
you
go
can-
ahead.
more than one additional MRT new construction building on an adaptive reuse lot?
Yeah.
Cause
You
there
can have
may be like a
one.
carriage house already. on
Well,
some of these.
a new one, so you
Right.
got your adaptive reuse, and then by right, you can do another building.
Okay.
And if you want more than that, then a special permit.
Any other comments?
So, I mean, is it
President, oh.
net effect of 3? I'm just trying to figure
No,
out. Do the math.
No, net effect of 2, but accessory buildings don't count. So if you count the carriage house as a third, then yes, but if you don't. So Council Wright's proposal is to require a special permit for adaptive reuse versus site plan review. Only if there would be a third residential building on the site, third or fourth. But not for the first building. Not for the second building.
First new building.
I understand. Okay, so we are trying to incentivize adaptive reuse. Any comments? President Albright, you had your hand up earlier.
Yeah, so I'll just say that I did speak with the plan, you may not have heard me say this before, with the planning director in Watertown, and he significantly uses site plan review to add conditions he feels very comfortable with site plan
Does
review,
he?
to make sure that the project comes out the way he wants it done.
Does he have an elected planning board?
No. No,
So who's the
there's so
special-
few of those in
Who's
this
the
state.
special permit granting authority in Watertown?
I don't know if it's the zoning board of appeals or the planning board, but it's not their city council.
I think most communities have site plan review and special permit.
I'm sorry, what's that?
Most communities have site plan review and special permit, just,
In the same body, you mean?
In the same,
What
or
do
in
you mean?
or in different bodies that are just,
are they elected or who controls the body? That's the central issue.
They're rarely elected, because we're one of the few
Planning
communities.
boards are elected in many towns.
We're one of the few communities that has the city council as the special permit granting authority. It's often the ZBA and in some cases the planning board.
Well, planning board, most towns are planning boards, and planning boards in many towns are elected. So I don't think that's.
Councilor Laredo?
Can I just respond to one thing Mr. Lamel said, though? You said that we control the zoning process.
the zoning ordinance.
We do. Under that theory, you could eliminate all special permits and we still control the zoning ordinances.
Only you can eliminate the special permit process in the zoning ordinance.
So,
by
right,
voting.
but
I
if
don't
we did
believe
that, we
this
would,
amendment's on the
we
table,
control
though,
the
so
zoning
could we-
ordinance no matter what.
Correct.
Okay, the
No.
question is, what oversight you're gonna have on specific matters.
Councilor Laredo, we have an item before us we're trying to vote.
I understand, just
Okay.
wanna point out that.
So, I believe where I left off was for us to vote on Councilor Wright's amended amendment to require, do we want to require a special permit for not the first new building on an adaptive reuse site, but anything more than that for residential purposes? How's that? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
No.
2-6. Okay, so that is number one, now we have number two. And this may be, we may have already done this, Councilor Baker, this is your amendment. Require setbacks,
I will save you time in case we've done this.
withdraw, okay, great.
I'm not known for saving time.
No, but you're really sharp, you picked that up right away. So, okay.
Unless I made a mistake. Did I make a mistake?
No.
No,
Going
all
into allowed uses.
There's one of mine that didn't get, on here that we haven't discussed.
That belongs in dimensional standard sites?
Yes, and mine was number 8 on my, I have 2 of them actually. One is just a simple question, and the one to vote on, change MRT building separation from 15 feet to 25 feet as the present zoning.
Oh, I remember that one. Do you remember that one?
Is that in this?
No,
No, it must have gotten.
there's
left
7 of mine that didn't make the list, so we'll be
Okay.
going through them
out.
as we
Okay,
do.
okay, so,
And so my
We didn't include questions, because those aren't things for the committee to vote on.
yeah,
Yeah, but here is I wanted to increase it from 15 to 25, separation, because being 15 feet, it's still, may seem like a bigger mass. And having them farther apart will seem more like separate buildings.
Could you read it
So
in its entirety one more time? Your
I-
proposal?
My proposal is change MRT building separation from 15 feet to 25 feet. And 25 feet is right now in our present zone.
so, I do remember this, apologies for not remembering it when we went through the list again. Actually, I have something to say about this, I don't see anybody else's hand up, so I actually think this is a good idea, because if you have 2 2.5-story buildings 15 feet apart, there's not much you can do with that space in between. And, I don't know how it impacts our ability to get more units on the array of sites we have in front of us, but I think it wouldn't be a bad idea to require more space between 2 solidly residential buildings on the site. That's not to say one can't be closer to the garage or the carriage house or whatever, but, you know, that's not much space.
I would probably just say that, I think walk around communities that are a little denser that are all of our neighbors, and there's, 10, 7, 12 that are, that have trees and landscaping and planting, and I think they're very lovely. I think again, the 15-foot is it's a smaller building, right? 25 feet is for the bigger VC2, VC3 buildings, and the MRT, smaller footprint, smaller building. We think 15 feet is appropriate. That's a minimum. If you're gonna do totally new construction, it requires a special permit anyways. And if you're gonna do adaptive use, it's gonna require site plan review. So there will be additional oversight if you're doing these multiple buildings on a lot.
So we just increased our side yard setback from 7.5 feet to 10 feet?
Correct.
How about going for 20?
I can do 20, I'd like 25, but I could do 20.
But it will get site plan review or special permit in any case.
But I don't understand, with site plan review, let's say we go to 20, and really they want 25. Can they say, okay, you have to do 25, even though our rules say you only need 20?
They're gonna look at the site plan and the quality of the site plan and egress and.
Where the second building is located may make a difference on the site. Is
Geography,
it behind, is it
topography.
next to it? There's a lot of factors.
To answer it though specifically, I don't think you can increase the setback, but you can say the building has to be sited in a certain way. It's a little different result, but it's but I prefer 25 myself, but I don't know what the rest.
Let's take a vote on 25, and if it doesn't work, then we'll go to 20.
Okay, increase the setback between buildings
On the same
on the same lot from 15 feet to 25 feet. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed?
No.
Increase the setback from 15 feet to 20 feet between buildings on the same site. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay.
I'm not gonna vote for that.
Oh, you didn't? Okay, so 7 to 1. Okay, thank you. Just trying to move forward. We're going into the next section.
Yes.
And I think
Well,
both
I
of
have
these.
one quick question on that, dimensional standards, like, have these been reviewed by the fire department? And are these all, they're okay with all these
Yes.
setbacks and rules and things like that?
Building and fire codes still apply. Also, we already have 7.5 foot side setbacks, so there's nothing here. There's no issues here, basically.
Okay, I just wanna make sure.
Yeah.
Okay,
But they
okay,
should get a copy to see it too.
okay. Allowed uses. There's 2 items here. The first, I think, Councilor Wright, I'm gonna ask if you would suggest withdrawing this because it says change allowed commercial uses in VC1 to low car demand uses only, and we have removed VC1.
Yep.
Good, okay. Takes care of that. Add craft beverages to VC2 and VC3, also from Councilor Wright. And
We haven't passed that ordinance yet.
We can put it in as a placeholder. I
Yeah.
put it in as a
completely
placeholder
agree.
because, right, so
Yeah.
should we withdraw that for now as well? Okay.
I would vote yes, though.
I would vote yes too, but if we had the
I
ordinance.
have another one that didn't
Yeah,
make
I
it
have
on the
another
list.
one that didn't make it.
In allowed uses?
Yes, 'cause
Okay, Councilor Albright.
I don't remember it anymore, but I know one of them was paint stores. You disallowed paint stores.
Oh, I thought we spoke about this. It's the industrial use of paint stores is not like allowed.
So
but
Sherwin-Williams can
That's
have a
allowed, that's
store?
retail.
Yeah, retail or personal service, like these
Okay,
kind
so
of
that
smaller.
you need to make that clear in the allowed use.
I mean, it's clear to ISD and it's clear who I
Okay,
asked, and so we
okay.
can just make sure that we're just mimicking our existing use table.
You
We're
mean
not
they can't make paints there? Is that what you're saying?
correct. Yes, I mean, but we kind of
They
asked
can
this
make
question,
paint, they can't make paint.
and yeah, as retail stores.
It can't be a factory. It can only be a
Yeah,
retail outlet.
that use is under the industrial section.
Okay,
But
So
a
ISD
paint
is
store, yeah,
okay.
comfortable.
retail or personal service.
Okay, that's the one, but I don't remember.
This item reminds me of Woody Allen's comment that man fights for food, but there must also be a beverage.
Councilor Wright.
What's not in the use, I don't know if it was purposely excluded, is townhouses.
What?
Oh,
Townhouses.
no, it's not purposely excluded, it is allowed, we don't, in the business zones right now, which is more kind of akin to what our, EC2, there's not a townhouse as well either.
But in the MRT, I didn't see it in
It
that.
would just be considered a multifamily building, which is
Okay.
allowed.
Yeah.
So if you wanted to do a series of townhomes, you could.
Okay.
Okay.
That's multi.
I know there's people listening who need to hear that, townhouses are an allowed use in the use table.
As long as you fit within the footprint.
Right.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter how you configure it, it just has to meet the
Correct.
rules. Okay,
Correct.
there we go. Okay, we're in the next section, design standards for buildings. From President Albright, and I think this is a quick one because I believe we've had many conversations that in the adaptive reuse for MRT development, we are capping the number of units to 6, period, never more than that, doesn't matter how many buildings, never more than 6. Counselor Albright, do you wanna vote this or just remove it?
Oh, sorry, I was just, I
Cap-
think it's a
capping.
text from Councilor Whitlock who wants to be recognized that he's here.
He is here, but I don't see him raising his hand.
No, but he
Okay.
texted me, and that's what I was
Okay,
paying
but let's get
attention
this
to.
done first.
I'm
This is
sorry.
a maximum of 6
Yeah,
units.
this is basically a Scrivener's error,
Yeah.
and we've
Okay.
added the language to.
You know what I'm
Yeah,
talking
that's
about?
all, I just
Okay.
wanted you to make sure that you.
Okay, so that's done. Hold on.
I actually would like to see it higher. And then this is more the really, really big houses, if your house adaptive reuse is over 8,000 square feet, which there will be some, that you're allowed, how many units per, 1,000 square feet per unit, whatever that is. I mean, there's houses that are 6, 7, 8,000, add 50% to it, that's 12,000 square feet, so you're only gonna allow 6 units in that?
You guys are only gonna allow 6 units. Not us.
Yeah, I mean, I think
You
we're
want a special
generally
permit
supportive,
for-
but
Yeah, I'm
we
generally
haven't-
supportive too, but I think we are at a place.
haven't sorted out the math there.
Right.
It might give comfort if we had special permit over 6.
Yeah, special permit over 6.
All those in favor of allowing more units in the adaptive reuse arena if the house and lot are big enough by special permit, more than 6. Allowing more than 6 by special permit. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
That's everybody.
No,
No, oh, sorry, Council Baker, no, you're saying no? Okay, 7-1. Okay, Councilor Lipoff, did you wanna say something?
Potentially in the future, I was just texting the president, letting her know I was present.
Oh, okay, all right, sorry, but we're so glad you're here. Okay, design standards, building, number 8, I'm informed this is not legal within a zoning ordinance, this is to add local, non-chain retail as a requirement, where ground story active use is required. Plan,
So, okay, you
yeah,
go
let-
first.
This is just not legally allowed in a by right zoning code.
So what I'm worried about, and I don't know what we can do about it, is when these new buildings are gonna go in, we're gonna lose our small little stores. I mean, we had to put it into Trio so that we would have it. Otherwise, we're just gonna get chains for the most part. I didn't know if there's any other way to try to keep some of this, because look at what Trio replaced. None of those places are in Newtonville. A couple of them moved elsewhere, but most of them went out of business. They're just not there anymore. And I'm worried about that happening.
So, there has been a docket item hanging around for a while now, akin to the inclusionary zoning ordinance, but to do it for businesses. So that's another way, there has to be an ordinance that requires it, requires this type of retail.
Can we put that in here?
At lower rent, no, I think we can't put it here, but please go ahead.
I would just say, I think the city of Somerville just came out with a very good anti-small business displacement report, which has a variety of zoning, the vast majority of which are not in, not zoning. I think there's a couple things we could do here. One is the use table, right? So something like banks and the use table where we essentially require a special permit for banks on the ground floor, but would allow them on the upper floor. We remove the minimum depth, right? So you can create smaller spaces. Another thing you could do is, I know it seems like we're leaning towards no parking requirements, but we have bicycle parking requirements. You could say that spaces under, spaces under a certain square footage don't have to provide that bike parking. So there's a few incentives that we can put in here. I do think if you create more spaces, there'll be more opportunities and you won't just get chains. But again, you just can't require this type of thing in a by right zoning framework. Also, I think the special permit process, I think you can ask business owners or businesses who have looked to come and locate in Newton, and they find out they have to get a special permit, they go away. The chain or the deeper pocketed businesses can afford that process. I know sometimes they take less, sometimes they take more, but a lot of small businesses just don't want to deal with it and go away.
So one of the solutions is if a business has more than 10 or 15 stores, would require a special permit.
That's essentially the same thing.
Yeah, you just can't do that in
So
zoning.
I think it's probably,
Well, as the use, you go through the use table, depending, retailer that has more than 15 locations requires special permit.
I'm gonna move us along here. If we can count on you, planning department, to give us a short list of the kind of incentives that you can build into this ordinance. We can vote on that at another time. And I don't think there's a rush on that, and then we should probably take offline a discussion about the ordinance the docket item that's been out there for a long time that we can't get to because we need to finish this first. Councilor Humphrey?
I was just gonna say briefly that although I agree with the concern here, I don't think it's very easy to legislate by fiat this, and therefore you have to look at the incentives and disincentives. In particular, if we have smaller footprint storefronts, those are going to attract and be affordable to the local and small businesses by default and not be attractive to, Chipotle or whatever. They want to have much larger square footage spaces, and that's a better way of toggling that in the code, I think.
Okay, thank you, Councilor Laredo.
I don't think that's necessarily true, Councilor Humphrey, but I agree with the idea that you should not be trying to, I don't think you can regulate preferences for local businesses versus chains in the zoning code. I'm not sure you can legally do it, and I think it'd be virtually impossible to enforce. So I don't think you can do that. There's a whole separate issue as to what the city does to help smaller businesses and the risk of displacement that we're putting in because of some of this work, but that's a separate topic.
Thank you, and so we are advised that we cannot do it, so Councilor Wright, can we take this off the list and have another conversation outside the room?
Yeah.
Great. And the next one too is number 9. Again, it's the same as an earlier one, just in a different section. Add a 40% open space requirement for adaptive reuse in MRT and VC1. So I think we're going to take that out. We just voted that. Next is 10. Require adaptive reuse addition to be set back 25 feet from the front facade, not 20 feet. When the building is landmarked. And planning, can you go first?
Well, we interpreted this correctly, I just want to make sure. So, I think again, if a building is landmarked, there's that additional review that the NHC has, so they could make these determinations. I think also similar to the conversation previously, and you have another item where you're setting a zoning ordinance based on something that could or could not happen, like an adjacent use. I think we're kind of in a similar, lack of predictability situation here. I think if you wanted to put forward that if the setback is 25 feet instead of 20 feet for everything, then you could, but I think we think 20 feet is appropriate.
And the NHC has quite a bit of discretion when it's a landmark building for additions, new construction on the site, everything.
They really need to take control of this,
Okay.
so. Do you wanna keep it or withdraw it and we can vote on it?
We can withdraw.
Withdraw, great, okay. Okay, the next is Counselor Albright, number 11, require facade articulation for the front facade of buildings, and I think we're talking about in the VC2 and VC3. Between 50 to 80 feet wide, reducing what's in the draft is 100 feet. Planning to go first and then President Albright?
So the purposes of this requirement is to not allow flat or kind of monotonous building facades. This is one of a variety of things in the code. I think if you want to get double loaded corridors and thinking about building design, you want a kind of a certain length before you require some sort of break. That's why if you do want to lower it, we recommend no less than 80 feet. But again, this is just one of a few different things in the code, so we think they can work all together. You know, a break in the facade at 100 feet, and then the various architectural features, bays and balconies. But again, no less than 80 feet if you wanted to reduce this.
So maybe you can help me. When I was thinking about this and reading other codes, I went to look at Trio because we objected to the massing of that building, and then they broke it up into those smaller units. And I think they're less than 100, I'm pretty certain they're less than 100 feet.
But it's also a much larger footprint, so you're only really ever gonna see that if you have a long skinny lot and you had a, you know, fairly shallow building that was long. So the footprint is going to be the thing most likely that controls more so, but then we wanna make sure if you are able to get a longer facade due to the lot configuration, that you're not going too far without having some sort of break.
Yeah, so I guess I could live with 80 feet if people could live with 80 feet. It just 100 feet seemed like a pretty long distance for a pretty flat building.
And again, just one of a variety of features that should help break up that facade.
Because there's also the balconies and bays that you can sort of add on as freebies.
Well, but even when you add balconies and bays in for a long stretch, it's still a pretty flat building.
Yep.
So,
So
okay.
I just,
Go ahead, you want to?
no, I was just gonna say, people, I'd be willing to have 80 feet if people.
Okay, Counselor Wright?
I like 80 or even less. I'm looking at brick lines and there's 75 feet. And just to have more of the breakup.
I don't see anyone else. I'm gonna say, it's not that I don't care. It's that.
Getting close to dinner?
No, it's not dinner till we finish this page. Oh, no. So.
It's not
You said
super.
7.
I know, but yeah, but I said when we finish. Okay, hold on. So it's not that I don't care about this, but I think if you have a good design and you have a nicely textured front facade and your entrances are placed well, and all the stuff that goes into design, you can have a smashing 100-foot long building before you had a break. I don't think we have opportunity for really long buildings anyway, but it's how I experience the streetscape is at the first floor. You know, you've got the trees and the benches and the wide sidewalk, and you're going in and out of the shops, or you're sitting outside and eating and so forth. And I like it not to be all one, you know, Chipotle or whatever those things are. But so I'm going to abstain because I understand where you know I mean I do care. I will care when the designs come in and we see what we get and so forth, and you know, but we're never supposed to be a body that regulates design from taste, what we like. So we've got all these incentives in there to texture the front facade and create an active, transparent ground floor streetscape. So I'm not that concerned about it, but if everybody else wants 80 feet, that's fine with me too. So, all those in favor of, okay, Councilor Ryan.
I was just gonna say that, how many opportunities are we gonna have for 100 feet? But, a lot of our turn of the century buildings, older buildings, like mill buildings were, one straight facade, so I won't be willing to drop this down.
That's actually a good point, when you think of the piano building on Oak Street, that's way over 100 feet long. But, never mind.
But we're talking about new buildings, and they can add lots together. Yes, the lots in the village centers are small, but one owner owns a whole bunch of them. They could replace all that, so I'm for the 80.
Okay, all those in favor of reducing the facade articulation requirement from 100 feet to 80 feet, please say aye.
Aye.
I think I had 1, 2, 3, 4. That it? Okay,
I'll say aye.
okay, 5. All those opposed? 1. All those abstaining? It doesn't add up.
No, because
We're missing Josh, okay. Not Josh, not voting. Okay. The reason I brought the orange tomatoes is I imagined maybe we would go a little beyond 7 o'clock.
Sneaky.
Think better with a full stomach.
So.
I think we're close.
Stir peanut bar.
Yeah.
Wow, there's a lot left on this page.
We get there.
No, it's not so much, because we have a not legal and legal concern, so here we go. Next is from Peter Doringer, who's here, asking to require that stairways or access to additional units created through adaptive reuse to, this doesn't make sense, I'm gonna say he wants stairways enclosed. So whether it's a stairway that's added to the, if it's added to the exterior, he wants it enclosed. So, planning comment, and then I'll go to Mr. Doringer.
I just think we're running up against building and fire code requirements here. I understand the sentiment, but I think it's a little bit more detailed than I think we want to get to within the zoning code.
Okay.
I think we also want to make it as easy as possible to do adaptive reuse, given our goals and that it can be difficult and expensive.
We're only allowing additions toward the rear.
Yeah.
At least 20 feet back from the front facade.
So you're not going to get stairs at the front.
So if you needed a fire escape, for example, to meet code, it would have to be rearward.
Yeah.
Anyhow. Okay, with that clarification, Mr. Doringer, would you like to add anything for our consideration?
I think only because I've seen situations and when neighbors have been facing the addition of an outside stairway in a neighborhood that really doesn't have them. And in my view, I've got one in my backyard and it is really ugly. And so I was trying to encourage either internal staircases or external enclosed staircases, precisely because of the fire codes. The fire codes are going to say you've got to have, a stairway either inside or outside that conforms to certain exemptions, to certain dimensions. And I'd like these either to be in the house, or if they have to be externally, to have them enclosed. It's going to be a little bit more expensive if they have to be enclosed, but it's going to be more consistent with the context of the neighborhoods.
So I'm wondering, I'm not sure, this won't be a kind of a difficult conversation if we don't know what the code is precisely. If let's say you have a 4-unit building, you're adding 3 units to your Victorian home and we're only allowing the addition out back, the primary egress would be within the building. I think that's required. I can't imagine that you could go up an exterior, but could we clarify that? And 2 means of egress, I believe, are required for each unit if your building isn't sprinklered, but I'm not sure where the code is on requiring sprinklers, 3 units and more. I think you might have to, in which case, and could we check that out? Because I think once you get 3 units and more, you're into the commercial code. So I do know that. So could we hold on this and get some more information, Mr. Doringer?
Sure, that's fine.
Okay, thank
I
you.
just
Councilor
indicate
Baker?
my sympathy for the objective.
Thank you.
I would also like to give my sympathy for the objective, because if Mr. Doringer is talking about the second egress, that is often if you're creating, let's say, a 3rd floor unit, if the second egress is put on the outside of the building, which it probably would have to be, it will look a lot nicer if it's enclosed than if it's not enclosed.
Let's get the information, because a fire escape out the back of the building isn't a terrible thing, but let's make sure we know, because if they require sprinklers, there's only gonna be 1 means of egress anyway, required, I believe, but let's get that.
The accessory units require a second reading off of that.
They do.
I know that
Yes.
we've approved them that way.
Right, because the building isn't sprinklered
Yeah.
anyway, plus it's accessory, it's not. So it's still a 1 and 2, it's a 1 and 2 family code thing.
Okay.
Oh, no, so
Group homes too.
yeah, let's,
Require extra stuff.
and I think they now require sprinklers.
Yes.
If you're fitting up a group home, you absolutely have to be
Yeah.
sprinkled.
Maybe elevators even, if it's above the one next door to me required an elevator.
Okay, let's move on, because we only have 1 more section left before dinner.
There are 5 that you missed on.
Which section? I thought you were gonna bring them up in the section that they are
Building
relevant
design
to.
standards.
Building design standards.
I thought that's what we're talking.
Yup. Okay, what do you
So
have?
the adaptive reuse, you kind of missed that whole part there. So I asked to remove in 2.6.B.8.B.I, an adaptive reuse, you say must have at least 2 stories at height. And what?
I think we've since removed this, I think we agree.
Okay, I didn't see anything saying such, and I
Yeah,
haven't seen the updated.
Yeah, sorry,
Okay,
it's in
okay,
our
so
working draft.
Okay, so then I'm okay with that. And then I wanted to remove 2.6.B.8.B.I, must have at least 1.5 stories in height.
Same.
Okay, cause there are 1 story, yeah,
same.
okay. And in 2.6.B.7, you had originally, language on retaining existing trees, and that was taken out.
I mean, you guys are voting on a tree ordinance, that will handle that, but.
We
Is
don't
that
wanna
one
have
advice
something-
from law?
And yeah, it would have been removed, and on the advice of the law department.
I do feel like I heard something about the tree ordinance.
We gotta get it done before Emily's gone.
So.
We gotta vote it in.
If the tree ordinance falls, nobody hears it.
Okay,
I didn't
keep going,
even-
two more.
And,
Battle right
and then
there.
in 2.6.B.7.F, you took out, and I like to put back in, add 10% of paved lots must be landscaped. And I think that was more for the bigger lots than that, and that's all gone now. I'd like to keep some of that landscaping instead of just total pavement.
I mean, I think, again, this would have been on the recommendation of the law department,
It was in there originally though.
yeah, I
They
think
did a
deeper
more
dive
thorough review this summer, as we've been working on refining. So some of these things,
I don't understand why this would be against the law to require.
Yeah, I'm not sure why that one came out.
I mean, again, what you're saying is you want a minimum of 10% open space, so to speak, for
Landscape.
adaptive reuse.
For landscape in paved lots.
What?
So in
Or
this
just
section,
lots.
it's 10% of paved lots must be landscaped. So that was in before, in 26B7F.
So is this for VC2 and VC3?
I have to take a look.
It must be, because it can't possibly
Yeah.
apply to MRT.
Yeah, yeah.
And I think we've already spoken about this, I think, really the adaptive reuse is honing in on MRT, not VC2, VC3. The reuse of buildings in VC2 and VC3 would be handled separately. Which I think we touched upon a bit at the last meeting.
Yeah, and I'm not sure.
Is there one more?
A landscape requirement. I think landscaping is probably only appropriate when you have surface parking in VC2 and VC3.
And we have screening requirements
Yeah.
that would be triggered when there's surface parking.
I'd like to see at least 10%. If you can take a look into that, why it got removed and why we put it. And then add in 26B10A, require trash storage enclosed in building footprint or if outdoors in locked enclosures.
This would
Isn't that already?
Well, I think that got taken out. It was in the first one, but it was removed.
An adaptive reuse, that seems like something that would have been in,
26B10.
there's a screening, there's a loading section down below.
Yeah, we have
Service areas?
For service areas,
trash collection, trash compaction, recycling collection, and other similar service areas must be fully enclosed within a building or located to the side or rear of the building. So we could add that it needs to be in a locked enclosure if it's outside the building.
I would be
Okay.
totally in favor of that.
Okay, these are, I mean, this level of detail, I'm gonna suggest, we're gonna have to reread the ordinance all over again when it's repackaged for, we'll call it version 3, are we calling it version 3?
Yeah.
So one that's going to special permit, and then in October, we're gonna take our, for real votes in committee, we're just trying to give direction, so that's helpful, and I know a number of people sent in either questions or comments on the text, which are not before us as amendments today, but are, that you are working on, so.
And then one more.
Okay, you said 5, that was
I
5.
know, but I didn't do it here. I don't understand, law, according to this, law says that we couldn't have element design standards, but Brookline is, and I don't know why, it's like 180. Brookline says it's fine, and then our law department's saying no, and I kind of gave a sample, and I could send some pages on that, where there's more detail.
I'm not following.
What do you mean by element design standards?
So it's, the materials and things like that, what Brookline went through, you can take a look here, if you want. What Brookline requires, and you said law says that we can't do that, but Brookline can do it, I just didn't understand why one
What
town
are they
can't.
do, I'm sorry, I'm
Design
still not
materials?
following.
Yeah,
Is that
I'm
adding design
following.
materials?
Yeah,
I mean, I would ask Brookline this question because by chapter 40A, we cannot regulate building materials. We're preempted by the building code, so I think it'd be a question to ask
okay,
Brookline how they're doing this legally.
okay.
And you can report back to us what you find out.
You can always
Let
pass
you know.
something that's
Yeah.
illegal and then wait for the challenge in the courts and pay for that.
Well, they go to the AG after it's adopted,
Oh, yeah,
so they have a
because it's a
different
town.
process.
Because the
it's a
towns
town.
always have to do that.
Oh,
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Design standards, sites, last section, 4 items. And the first one, the law department is saying is not legal. This is, Counselor Wright, add additional setback requirements adjacent to landmark buildings and prominent village center buildings. And I think that planning can speak to that. We can't have separate rules.
Right, the same thing we talked about last meeting, it kind of gets at the predictability issue within the zoning ordinance. You can't, by the adjacent use, you can't set what you can do on your property. It's the same thing.
Okay, if you wanna argue with the law department, that's okay.
Get 2 agenda items then.
So,
We withdraw, can we hold on it or withdraw?
Just hold on it for now.
Okay, and then this one, I think we've talked about in committee number 14, add design and material requirements. Similar to what we have in our accessory dwelling unit ordinance, which ISD hates. So, but planning, can you just comment quickly and then Councilor Wright?
Well, I think one, you maybe can clarify, it was unclear if this language, because this is a summary of your language, but it sounded like if you wanna, if someone tears down an existing building and builds a new building, that new building must kind of take its design cues from what was there before.
No, this was more about adaptive reuse and
Okay.
additional buildings
Got
on a lot that they need to
Got it, I see.
mirror, symmetric or similar. So you don't have this nice big Victorian, you put a big box on the back and then another box of a building in the back. And there are really beautiful designs in Newton where the second building, you know, are taking cues, the roof line or whatever. And that's what I'd like to see. And I think a lot of developers will do it, but there's a lot that won't.
This is where it's probably a good role for site plan review, because multiple buildings for adaptive reuse will trigger site plan review automatically, and design is something they can review.
But not on adaptive reuse.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
But if we have the language, again, I'm worried if the language is not there, they can argue.
It might be better maybe as a criteria for site plan review in adaptive reuse. I think strict zoning requirement sort of language is what is problematic. But we could provide some guidance for site plan review as part of the criteria.
But it's already in our ordinance.
And it's very problematic.
Yes.
It's extremely problematic. Councilor Humphrey, and then I have something to say about this too. Go ahead.
Thank you. I object to this on its face because there's a huge emerging industry of prefabricated ADUs, which would have nothing to do with what the rest of the site looks like, and we don't want those to go to site plan review, let alone special permit. They're very nice designs, and they have all kinds of high efficiency features and things like that. But we should be encouraging people that want to do ADUs to do those prefabricated ADUs and not have to spend at least 2 or 3 times getting an architect to design something that goes with the main house. That's just not what we should be doing from a policy standpoint.
I agree with that, and although I would lose some business, I think, there's only so many ways to develop one of these as a standalone. But more than that, I think we have to be really careful about what we think is good design. Something that you think is wonderful, I may not. Something that I think is wonderful, you may not. You know, the way the language is written in the ADU ordinance suggests that you're supposed to mimic materials and other features of the building, but why? One of the most successful projects in our community is I would argue, is the Durant Kenrick House restoration with the very supremely simple, totally different design educational center behind it, which is done purposely to set off the historic building and not compete with it. But it's perfectly lovely, and it works. So I think we have to be really careful about inserting our judgment in, especially thinking that a book of rules can come up with good design. I'm sure it's gonna come up with result in some wonderful designs and some horrible designs, but I don't think we can regulate that. So, let's see.
I would support some of these,
Should we can vote, do you wanna vote it? Whether we, I mean, there's nothing specific here, it's just you wanna put in language similar to what we have in the ADU ordinance.
For adaptive reuse.
For adaptive reuse. Okay, we can vote it. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
And opposed?
No.
No. Got that, Josh, okay. All right, so, and finally, from Counselor Baker, allow parking in the front setback by special permit for commercial uses. Go ahead, planning, and then Counselor Baker.
Well, I just wanna make sure there was also from Counselor Wright, re-add in the language to not allow rear lot subdivision, but I wanna make sure because we added the minimum frontage that's taken care of.
Oh, sorry,
That was our note, but I wanna make sure
Yeah,
that,
yeah.
okay.
I'm sorry,
But
so that one, go ahead.
So basically, you can only subdivide if you have enough for the frontage.
90 feet.
Vote
because
in
we're
your
at a point.
place.
So for the other one about the parking in the front setback by special permit, I think the idea is if you're building this, if you have an existing building that has parking in the front and you opt into the overlay zone, then you have a legal nonconformity and that parking can be in the front and remain in front. If you're dealing with new construction, the building should be at the front, at the sidewalk, the parking should be in the back or underground, and there shouldn't be a way to deviate from that. That's the proposal.
I guess it just seems to me that the opportunity for someone to make a good case for quiet parking in front, I guess one of the concerns I have that we really haven't talked about, not parking per se, but that we're talking about an environment which is going to be increasingly, I think we've seen this in other places, served by deliveries of some sort. People are gonna get their food brought in, they're gonna have other things, and we all see that. And I'm concerned that there may be some value in having a place to park in front of some of these commercial, and if it's a special permit opportunity, I don't see any harm in that. So that's, it's the exception, not the rule. I agree with the general principle that you've articulated. So.
I think this is one we feel pretty strongly about, that it really is not, we don't think it's good pedestrian-oriented, vibrant design for the core village centers to have parking, to have the sidewalk, then parking, then the building. I think there are things you can do with management of street parking that may help facilitate things like deliveries and pickups and drop off. But if you're building new construction, you should, if you need that space, incorporate it within the site, within the building, and not in front.
Go ahead.
Just one, I would say, if this is something that the committee is really interested in, you should invite my predecessor back in, who did a lot of research on curbside management after she left here. And we probably have a lot of interesting insights into how to manage the curb, which is again, the public right of way, not the private right of way, which is what zoning is dealing with.
Is this Rachel?
Yeah.
Okay, Council Leary.
And then we have a waving hand right after me.
Okay.
Oh. Thank you,
Yeah, no,
thank you, Madam Chair.
I need you right here.
I would strongly oppose this. I find that in Newton Corner and Nonantum, we have that. Both Dunkin' Donuts and Newton Corner and Nonantum, they're disasters, very difficult to park. The 7-Eleven across from the Whole Foods is a total disaster. It's very difficult to park there. There's accidents. It's just, it also looks terrible. And I think a lot of it is really unsafe. You have more pedestrian conflicts, so I would really not be in favor of this. So I will not be supporting that.
Do you want to vote this item, Council Baker?
I don't hear a lot of enthusiasm, so I'd be prepared to withdraw it. I just think that the concern I have is an opportunity.
Councilor Ryan
But
is
this is like special
permit.
Okay, Council Ryan.
Yeah, it's just, it's old school, it's, cause it would be straight in parking and the sidewalk and it's really dangerous anyway, but I don't think you pick up enough spaces. But down the road in some other area, I'd like to see us talk about curbside loading zones with, hours. We don't have, where are they? I've never seen, I don't think I've seen one in years. So that's what we need. We need during business hours, some curbside loading zones.
Well, I'm not, I think there's special permit, but I don't think there's support in committee, so I'm not going to.
Okay, that's the last item on the page for text amendments.
Did we do 15?
It was withdrawn.
Oh,
And we have curbside loading in Newton. We have a zone.
Actually, somebody, called me recently, can't remember who it was, but, there needs to be parking management plans. Obviously, going into the future, it's gonna be a big project. If there, somebody said that some, cities, towns, you know, it's congested in the inner core. If they have municipal parking areas, they can designate those as where the truck goes, and then there are these carts you can use to bring to the individual shops. You know, how we do that in our different village centers, I mean, some have municipal parking lots, like Newton Center, others do not. But maybe we will in the future. How long do we need for? Andrea Downs, we're about to break for dinner. Is this on the last item we already voted?
The one on,
Can't hear you. Can't hear you.
I was just saying,
Counselor
we
Downs.
sorry, we have, the ability to do better municipal planning for loading zones and for front-end parking, or curbside parking.
Great.
I believe Jeff is getting started.
Thank you. Okay, how long do we need? 15 minutes?
15 minutes. 20 minutes.
Alright,
No more than an hour.
quarter of, we're gonna call you back to the table. Okay, we're taking a short dinner break, folks.
You want half of my sandwich?
Josh, I heard you didn't order
Just
that.
needs to be
What line?
I didn't know if I was gonna be able to make it, so.
I'm happy to share.
No, don't worry about it. Eat your sandwich. You need a lot of strength to get through this. You know, if you made that comment, I had to.
Yeah. We're assembled and,
No, I understand, I don't wanna get into the
yeah.
protracted discussion, but I do think this is, I want to raise it now.
Okay.
Because I didn't want the public hearing not to be able to discuss that question successfully, as part of the conversation in our vote to do that.
My guess is that the people will say whatever they want at the public hearing, and some of that will be directed toward how we should vote this out in the, subsequent to the public hearing, and we can, at any time, we can turn a docket item into a Primes 1 and a Primes 2 if we so choose, before we send it to full council.
Well, I understand, I just didn't know if we had to do that before the public hearing rather than after, that's what I was.
I don't think so, but we do not have the law department here tonight, and, I think it's within our purview to divide the item if we choose.
Well, if we do it on a provisional basis, that holds open that possibility. Now we need to do it, I just want to be clear, there is a question out there about this, so I think carry on with the map amendments and then see what we do.
Okay, here we are, with our second memo before us, with maps of all of the village centers. And the maps that are in our packets, which are also online for the public who's watching, are not the proposal. They are a combination of the underlying zoning, what is proposed as the village center overlay district, and what amendments have been proposed by either councilors, community groups, individuals, and property owners, right, thank you. I was going too slow for you, huh? And what we had decided we're going to do to try to make this a more coherent and efficient process is to go through the maps by village, and then possibly also take into account the contiguous district as one thing. And I'd like to, I'm not gonna do this in any particular order, except to try to move around the city. And I'm hoping that we will look at this, as I think many people have clearly from the amendments that are proposed. Look at what we think is best for that village center as we go through. I'll say and I'll ask planning to speak for a moment too, but we know now that what we call priority streets in our core business districts, with residential units above, so we're requiring first floor active uses, retail, restaurant, et cetera. We know now, the state has issued new regulations that we can count those units. So that gives us comfort in that we have the ability to count a whole lot more units than we need for the MBTA compliance formula. So I'm gonna suggest that we not worry as we're going through the amendments in each village about that number, but rather do whatever we think is the best thing for that village center and look at it from that point of view. Staff has not yet had time or clarity to be able to redo the calculations. They have some close numbers on certain things. Perhaps, like, for example, we've talked about eliminating DC1 and how many units that would be. But for the most part, I think we don't have to worry about amending the districts in terms of not being in compliance with MBTA communities. For the most part, so. Planning, do you wanna say a few words, or can I hold on a second?
That's a process question when you have a change.
Okay. Am I good?
I'm happy to speak, or whichever you prefer.
Okay, I was gonna have planning sort of introduce the graphics on the maps and, how we can read them, and, what the materials are that are in the packet for the sake of folks who are online. And I wasn't gonna start there. I was thinking I'd start on the south side of town and then move around. So maybe start with, I think I'm good with starting with the contiguous district. It's probably the most complicated in a way that it comprises 2 villages and of course the area that we need, but maybe use that because it has so many different elements in it. The contiguous district, if we can get there, to explain the graphics.
Yeah, we have it broken up. So the maps in the packet, we had Newton Center, Newton Highlands, and then the area around Elliott and Route 9. So would you like to start in particular with one of those areas? We can zoom out and show the whole thing.
Yeah.
But then we have the
I
street
understand, yeah.
names on the.
Right, we get more detail if we
Yeah, yeah.
zoom in, I get it. But I just thought perhaps since, I don't know what that was.
That's my phone.
Oh, if you could explain the graphics using this, because this is
Sure.
the only map where we have VC1, which we're proposing to eliminate
Sure.
and change.
Again, I think, as Chair Crossley said, these are proposed amendments that have not been endorsed or not been provided by the planning department. This is just a compilation of everything that we received. The way that these maps should be read, or the graphics should be read, is that the solid colors are you gonna zoom in just to Newton Highlands for an example, and some of Route 9 to the south, are kind of the current zoning, or the version 2.0 that we had proposed for village centers back in April.
Could you make that map bigger, take up more of the screen, please?
And
Without
then
all the other stuff.
just quickly, if you can see kind of in the legend to the right as well, the outlined colors are kind of highlighting all the various amendments that we received to either kind of convert or add lots into either the VC3, VC2, VC1, MRT zones, and then the outline in black is where there were proposals just to remove those lots from the proposal entirely. So again, solid colors are what either the current zoning or what we proposed back in April, and then the outlined colors are all of the various amendments that we received.
And there's a shadow of the underlying zoning that it might be more visible online than it is here perhaps.
Yeah.
Yeah, and if there's questions about the underlying zoning, we can look it up as we get into it.
Okay.
This was our base map that kind of grouped together single residence, multi-residence, business, public use, manufacturing.
And we received some additional amendments from Councilor Wright and Councilor Maliki after we had submitted this to the Friday packet, so those aren't, I just want to make those are not included on this map, but we did receive them.
There's a few other ones that didn't get in, like the,
All right, we'll get to
We
that
may
when
have
we
missed
get to
a
the
few,
different.
as we said in our
Yeah.
memo. It's a lot of information being compiled very quickly. But again, that's how you should read these maps. The outlined colors are the proposals.
Okay, I'm gonna say one more thing, because it actually was a question to me from a former attorney for the city, man in the grocery store. She said, what are those dotted circles?
Oh,
So-
Sure.
Good question.
These are just they are quarter mile and half mile walk sheds or radii around the T stop. So the inner circle here is the quarter mile, and then the outer circle where you see the straight line because it's intersecting with either Newton Center or Elliott. That's a half mile.
I thought it meant cut along this line.
You can do that as well.
So, and then there's a dotted gray line and a solid gray line.
Just the solid gray line is, I think, where those are intersecting.
Yeah.
I think it's just a graphical where there's two dashes, and this one they're overlapping, so they form one
So
solid.
those are part of the contiguous district, so they're just kind of drawing a line between the two circles where they overlap?
Yeah, the half mile, along the green line, the half mile radii overlap. So that's why you see it sort of cut off into a straight line, and here it's just
If you zoom
two
over to
lines
the
on top of
full
each
map,
other and they
right,
turn
you see-
into a solid line.
So does anyone have any question on the graphics, first of all, on how to leave this? On the graphics, Councilor Laredo.
I'm just trying to understand something, it's really a process question. Previously, we took out the priority streets from these districts. Now we can put them back in, right? Am I correct about that?
Yep.
Sort of.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's complicated, that's why we're recommending, the guidelines just came out at the end of last week.
No, I know that, I know it's short.
We've gotten a little bit of clarity on it. It's not as straightforward as we just include the priority streets.
Understood.
It's that we use those to discount our requirement for the remaining area. So our understanding, and we have not had this directly confirmed by EOHLC, is that we can count units on the priority district towards that 8330, but they don't get added to our land area or our contiguous area.
Okay, that's very helpful. So you're now gonna be counting units that you did not count. Previously, you hadn't done the math for the priority streets, right?
Correct.
Now you're gonna do the math for the priority streets.
Yes.
And are you gonna now do the math for the rest of the districts so we can see what would be built?
I think that's a separate question. So right now, I think our focus is on what changes we want to make to these maps. We'll then go back, we need an updated model as well, which we don't have yet. We'll then go back after this meeting, and this will need to continue on until September if we don't finish tonight, and rerun the calculations to see where we're at and if there are areas where we broke something and we need to change it.
So just if I could follow up, I'm just trying to understand, as I look at the map, understandably, you look at a priority street and we have not yet done the math for that priority street as to how many units that priority street could potentially hold.
Correct.
Okay. And what you're also saying is land mass and some of the other requirements have not changed. It's only that we get to use or get to require, or strike that, allowed to require first floor retail or other office use where previously we could not, and only for a subsection of the zone.
Yes.
Mr. Lamella shaking his head, meaning maybe I got it right.
It's, the state looks at it, and I don't want to spend too much time on this because we still need to get more clarity. We need a model, updated model, and we want to come back to the committee with more information. The state is going to look at this as two separate districts, a multifamily district and a mixed-use district.
That can get combined for counting purposes.
That get combined for counting unit capacity, but not for the other requirements.
No, I understand that, and that makes good sense to me. I'm just gonna put out there, if you're going to be doing the calculations now for streets you haven't done the calculations for previously, I would suggest it would be helpful to do that for the other areas of the village center zoning that you're proposing, since you now have to do it for these areas and can do it. I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Okay. I'll get this, and how about we start then, unless anyone has any objections, we wanna start with Newton Highlands? Why not? That also, we'll see what we can do, and Newton Highlands and the Elliott Street T, I know they're, one's a village center, one's a T, but we could maybe go in that order. Councilor Wright.
So with the Newton Highlands, I know the Newton Highlands Area Council submitted a proposal a while ago that didn't get into here. This is great, though, I have to say this is really good, and there are some that are missing. They proposed, and I also proposed, which came late, was to reduce the VC3 to VC2 in the Highlands.
How do you, I mean, I think from an organizational standpoint, do you
Yes.
want to start from the center, working out? do you wanna start from the outside looking in?
Let's try the outside working in, particularly here. There were a number of village centers where some groups and individuals wanted to dramatically expand the MRT zone. So, and also there were some groups and individuals who wanted to expand along either Route 9 and then in the north of Washington Street. And I was hoping we could do some conceptual thinking about this. First of all, some time ago now, planning was clear that a following study would look at a more fine grain along our commercial corridors, Route 9, Needham Street, and Washington Street. And there's been a lot of work done along Washington Street. So there's the notion of expanding VC3 and/or VC2 along any of those corridors. We might want to take up conceptually, is that, you know, since we're gonna go in that direction later, do we want to actually expand in that direction now? I'm not sure that the districts you've designed are appropriate, are the right scale for moving along those corridors. They might be perfect, but I think we haven't really looked at that. And then with the MRT zone, and I know the Ward 6 counselors worked very hard to look at the cohesiveness of the district, particularly with respect to MRT, and had a bunch of conversations with some neighborhoods. As you can see from the map, there's some groups who think MRT is the cat's meow and they want to expand it. And others who maybe don't understand it and are worried about, you know, increasing units that they're not prepared for. So, and then last week, we did vote 5-3 abstentions to eliminate the MRT, to eliminate the VC1 as a district, just in its entirety, because this is the only place where it was mapped out. And so this map is suggesting, you know, removing it outside of the quarter mile, basically, and turning it into MRT elsewhere within the quarter mile and in the contiguous area to keep that contiguity going. So I guess I first would love to hear some comments about the outer zone, the MRT, and how that's working, and use Newton Highlands as the example. I had Councilor Baker first and Councilor
Well,
White.
you tiered up several things. I guess my recommendation in terms of interest of time is not to try and figure out the commercial corridor response yet. I think we're gonna have enough to do, if we can, just to look at what you've got. So if we don't have to get to that discussion, I think that would be probably a little bit of a time saver. And then the question, I think, is somewhat conceptual, which is, if the premise that you began with, which is we should design these maps according to what we think is appropriate for the district. I guess the question is, there's some that are reduced and there's some that are proposed for addition. I'm personally a little cautious about adding to them. I would be interested to know the rationale both ways, but I'm more receptive to, if we're talking about making them somewhat smaller, I'm receptive to that. But I guess the question is, do you want to look at them on that gross level, or do you want to look at them on an individual, take one area like Newton Highlands and then say, let's sort of play it out and see what it looks like. And that may be what you want to do, just because you may end up with a mix.
Yes, so maybe the first question I can ask the committee to opine on, given how you approach that, which is nicely organized. Do members of the committee want to consider expanding the VC2 and VC3 zones along, what's proposed here is along Needham Street, like further across from Route 9 and into Needham Street? Or could we leave that for another day and another study?
Yes,
Do
please.
you mean Needham or Winchester?
Oh, I'm sorry, it's Winchester Street there. It's all, yeah, along Winchester, thank you.
Another day.
Sort of part of that whole corridor, but thank you. So another day.
Well, unless you meant right at that, end of Winchester there, potentially DC2.
Well, it's outlined as though it's been proposed by different people to be either VC2 or VC3 as it goes from, thank you, Winchester Street to Route 9. There you can see.
Councilor Bowman wanted to speak to that in her hand as well.
Councilor Bowman. Councilor Bowman, I know you
Okay.
were a part of these particular proposals.
Yes, no, but can you hear me okay?
You could speak a little louder or get closer to your mic.
Okay, so we specifically, I get, looking at Route 9 as a corridor, but I consider that this section on Winchester is not really the Route 9 corridor. This is really, no different than Center Street on the other side of Route 9. And this section of Winchester Street is having significant renovations done as part of the state project. And so I think this is a great opportunity to rezone those properties in that area to take advantage of the better streetscape that's coming.
Okay, I think, I wonder if planning can speak to this, because tell me if I'm wrong. It seems that the Winchester Street and Needham Street corridor would be looked at simultaneously, not that it's part of the Route 9 corridor. Am I?
I think that was our intention all along. So there are a number of commercial businesses, ongoing businesses in that particular area that are similar, I think, to the Needham Street corridor. And I think it's appropriate to probably treat them all the same in terms of a planning approach, in terms of not encroaching with village center zoning there.
Okay.
Okay, understood.
All set, Councilor Bowman? Yes, sir. Councilor Humphrey?
So just as the ward counselor for this and someone that walks around there a lot, I think Councilor Bowman's point is that this particular little section there, not talking about the rest of Winchester, not talking about the rest of Needham, is walkable on a direct line to the Newton Highlands station, and that we're planning to add various cycling infrastructure as well. There's been discussion around using some of the Northland dollars for that. And so that particular section makes sense to consider as part of the Newton Highlands Village Center, even though it's across Route 9, because on foot and on bike, it won't be. I mean, it is literally, but it won't be in terms of like connectivity.
Councilor Wright?
Since we're gonna do the corridors separately and Needham, Route 9, Washington Street, I will just put it in there and you can look at. It's so complicated what we have to do, I would just like to.
Thank you. Seeing no other hands, I'll say that, I mean, I'm sympathetic to your reasoning. I too think that we've got a big puzzle before us to solve, and I would be happy to do this in the next phase. I know we can, but look where we are. I mean, 4 years ago or 3 years ago, we rolled our eyes at any mention of getting zoning done. So this is a big step forward already as in terms of what we have on the table. So all those in favor, sorry?
I said, and 10 years ago, I wasn't on the committee.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, okay. Never mind, we're not gonna say our ages next. All right. All those in favor of waiting for the corridor study for the particular sites where it's proposing to expand down Winchester Street. Please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? You're opposed, Councilor Wright? I didn't hear you.
Councilor Ryan, not
Councilor Ryan, I'm sorry.
I'm not opposed.
You're not opposed. Okay, so it's 7-1, thank you. You can correct me all night long, I'm sure I'm gonna mess up a lot of words. A lot in front of me here. Okay, All right, so then the MRT zone. The proposal is to, I think it's both from a community group and the Ward 6 counselors, but you can correct me if I'm wrong, that there's a fair amount of expansion of the MRT zone on the one hand, but also a contraction of it in some particular locations.
Could we
Yes,
just
that's-
identify this community group? I'm a little troubled by anonymous folks.
I'll
Group.
try. My memory is, so,
Well,
no, the MRT.
The community
group
group is cited multiple times.
Yep,
so I
yep,
think
well, there's
we're
different
gonna
community groups and it's gonna be hard for me to remember, maybe planning staff can help me, but I believe the building professional working group.
Okay.
And counselors Leary and Greenberg, I think, met with some of them.
Yeah.
And then, if I have this right, and then the Ward 6 counselors were on their own, working
Okay.
together. And you'll hear from they have different proposals, some are the same, some are different,
No,
so.
I just think it's always helpful for us to know
Yep.
which one of our colleagues or which members of the community are proposing something. It's useful public information that we should have.
Well, it's all in a spreadsheet, in the packet, and Mr. Lamel.
Well, we simplified that information for all of you. I think if on its merits, you as the counselors believe any of these amendments have any merit, then you would recommend to approve it or not.
How about you provide us with the underlying folks who are giving the opinion, and then we can make our own judgments.
I believe
I
they
mean,
were
I
all
think we're
sent to
asking you
the,
to make your judgments right now.
we're not, they were all sent to, should have been sent to the city clerk as well, so they all should be public. We just condensed it to simplify it for when we consolidate the information.
And so that we could move through it conceptually as opposed to,
Right.
yeah.
But you
fewer-
should have all the original, proposals as well.
It's fine, still would
Okay.
be helpful, that's all.
Counselor Wright, and I think there are some people who might want to speak to those amendments who made them, but go ahead.
Oh, my proposal, especially with the MRT, is not to extend it for, what we have now, and if we can include, units above the first floor retail, it's over 12,000 units, which is almost 1.5 times what we're required. We don't know how this is all gonna work. I have many concerns on the MRT, and so I especially don't want to add to the MRT districts.
So, okay, more concerns than were reflected in the amendments we recently voted.
Which I lost on some of them.
But, you know, it's compromise.
I know, but that's why I still have concerns. I mean, if we agree this is a great thing, we could add it later, but I think right now, we should just do what we need to do to get this passed, because we gotta do it at the end of the year.
Okay,
And then we can.
hear you. I see that Councilor Bowman has her hand up, and I believe she wants to, if I can say this, want to speak for the Ward 6 counselor contingent?
I would be happy to do that. So we
Can you
did
speak
spend, the
closer to
Ward
the mic?
6
That's the
counselors
one.
did spend
Alicia,
significant
Councilor Bowman,
time.
Councilor Bowman,
Can you
we
hear me?
really are struggling to hear you.
Can you hear me now?
No, it's not great, no. Can you either turn up your volume or get much closer to the mic? Please. Cassidy's trying to help out too.
Can you hear me now?
It's the same,
Is there
no.
a TV remote?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, yes. Cassidy turned it up, so.
All right. So, the Ward 6 counselors did spend significant time meeting with residents and working together on some more on basic principles of what we thought about the maps. We mostly agreed with maps, but we, in this section in Newton Highlands, we did not add any MRT, and I'm not sure that we would be supportive at this moment of the MRT that's been added here because it overlaps primarily with single-family zoning. And we had made a very specific suggestion on the MRT, especially given the number of concerns that have been raised by MRT. And again, I'm a huge fan, and I believe that MRT can be a very powerful tool. I just don't know that we've done enough work to demonstrate to individual property owners that it is as great as we think it is. And so we had suggested that MRT be minimized in what's currently single-family zoning until we're able to do more work to explain the maximum build-out. Because neighbors have been made to be afraid that lots can be divided, into multiple lots. There can be 6 units, it can be all paved, all the things that we've heard for the last couple of meetings brought up by counselors. That message has gone out loud and clear. And so I think at this point, if our goal is to get this successfully passed and to make people feel comfortable about it, I think, not putting MRT in some of these single family zones unless it's required by, in order for connectivity, and give us more time to detail what can happen in MRT and for that message to percolate out. We've done our best but we've listened to residents and we understand their concerns. So I think the Ward 6 counselors, all of those lots that you see there that have been recommended to be removed, we recommended removing them. We've done similar in Newton Center as well.
Excuse me, why is that red thing going all over the map?
It's my cursor, so when you vote to actually change things, we can mark it.
Yeah. I see. I was just wondering, I thought maybe you were pointing to what you was talking about, and I'm thinking.
Sorry, I'm just waiting for you guys to put forward a vote. I'm just waiting.
I'm sorry,
Wizard of
Councilor
Oz.
Bowman, the cursor was not making sense with what you were saying.
Well, that's because.
So I will say that the same people, and I stood out at Newton Highlands Village Day and talked to, probably 80 or 90 residents or more in Newton Highlands, and we looked at the maps together, and many of them were very supportive of the zoning directly in the village centers, but were very concerned about changes, further out from the village centers. And they all looked at their own lot, and many were happy to learn that their lot wasn't being rezoned yet. So I think, at this point, given where we are in the timeline, I would suggest that adding this many additional lots as MRT, so bringing that many more additional people feeling like, being concerned about what's going to be done there, I just don't think it's the right move. So, Vicky, I don't know if you have, Councilor Danberg, I don't know if you have other
I think,
input that you would give on that.
I'll go to Councilor Danberg next, because it's Ward 6, so please go ahead.
Yeah. I think Councilor Bowman has articulated it very well. And what we tried to do was specifically zone in on the single family lots, whether it was Newton Highlands or Newton Center.
Focus in, not zone. You
Focus-
don't want to zone
Don't
them.
use the word zone in. Focus in on the single family.
Zone out with your zoning.
And along Woodcliff Road, because it was pretty far from the T, those single family homes were added in. This, as Councilor Bowman has explained, we would like some more time to be able to work with and speak with the people that live in the areas that are in question, the single family lots, because a lot of them have heard in one way or another have heard comments about their lots being able to be subdivided and anywhere from 4 to 6 units going on every lot. We have tried to explain that that's not likely to happen and cannot happen in many cases because the lots aren't large enough. But I think we need more time to make that understood.
Okay, so your proposal, and I'll get to you. Your proposal, just to be clear, is to remove the areas outlined in black now with the cursor, there's one cursor in the right place, now there's two cursors in the right place. So
This is the word.
to
You can-
remove
you can
those
highlight
areas
Allerton.
from MRT. And you're recommending not, so we have other people who are recommending the expansion, but you're not recommending the expansion, but you wanna remove those areas in black from the MRT.
That's correct, and maintain enough of a connection so that we can maintain the,
Well, we must do that.
yes, that's right.
So, Mr. Lamel.
I'll just say two comments to this, and obviously then you can vote however you'd like. The properties that are to the west here along Allerton Road, a lot of these are already 2 and 3 family homes before you hit, I believe this is Cushing Street. So just say that as number one. Number two, earlier we required a minimum lot frontage of 45 feet in the MRT zones. Most of these lots are under 90 feet. There are a few that are more, but essentially, besides a handful of these lots at this point in time, you wouldn't be able to subdivide because you need a minimum 90 feet to get to that 45 and 45.
Corner lots, you could.
Again, most lots couldn't subdivide based on that recent change that this committee voted on.
So the multifamily that exist, or they're 2 and 3 family, you're
They're
saying?
mostly 2. I think there's a few 3-family homes
Coming
along Allerton
from
Road.
Hyde Street,
From
going
Hyde.
into Allerton?
Correct.
Yeah, towards Cushing is that next intersection there.
So I would just say, what I guess I would say here is this is a real example of a street where you could say if MRT was allowed, that you would see the change over time. It would look like this street, and I don't think anyone on Allerton Road thinks they live on an ugly street. I think they probably think they live on a very nice street. So I think if you wanted to get a sense of what could happen along an MRT over time, this could be an interesting case study. Go out and see.
Councilor Laredo's had his hand up.
So, a few reactions to that. So I'm hearing my colleagues from Ward 6 express a great deal of concern about putting MRT in what are now single-family only zones, with the caveat that I think we all agree on, that we need to have a sufficient area to meet the MBTA community's requirement. We all, I think, agree on that. So I guess my first question to my Ward 6 colleagues is, would you be in favor of similar changes elsewhere in the city?
I have, what areas were you talking about?
All the areas that are single family only now, that are being proposed to be changed to MRT, that you have just expressed the view should not be changed because the homeowners understandably are at least upset, concerned, or questioning what we're doing. So my question is the rationale that you've just identified for Ward 6, which, by the way, I'm supportive of, are you willing to take that same rationale and do that elsewhere in the city?
Yes.
Yes, I would say yes, because one of the, well, you asked me a question, so
Oh, I'm sorry, go
allow me
ahead,
to-
Councilor Deborah, forgive me.
One of the rationales here was that, okay, we are supportive, and the neighbors and the neighborhoods are supportive also, from what we've heard, of 50% of all of the units in the city being in this corridor. They're supportive of that.
Of all the
It's
units
not
in the
50% of the
MRT.
units, Councilor.
Yes, of all the units in the MRT district to be in this corridor. What they objected to, and I found some, in fact, when the three of us got together, we tried to listen to this comment and understood it. And that was that, in fact, 63% of the MRT units in the city are in this, of the total MRT units.
No, the total units that count toward MBTA compliance, 63% of them exist in this corridor according to the current maps.
Yes, that's
But
right.
it's not another
So
real
they would like to, try and get the map closer to the 50% if possible.
So, and go back to my, I'm glad to hear that you're supportive of the fact that we should not have MRT in single-family zones other than to comply with the MBTA Communities Act.
Yeah, I didn't say that. I said that if we're going to reduce any of the total number that's in this corridor, that we choose the homes that are in the single family zone.
So my question is, would you have the same rationale elsewhere in the
Did you hear what I said?
I
I said
didn't
that
fully
if we're going to
understand it,
reduce from the 63% down to closer to 50%, that we
Okay.
choose from the single family zones.
Okay,
Okay.
I'm not seeing hands raised, but I think I'm hearing someone trying to talk. So, I've got a lot of people with their hands up in the room though. So I'm gonna call on Councilor Baker and then President Albright.
So
Or
I
70%
think if we're trying to find
housing in single family.
general principles that will enable us to move the maps around in some organized way, the idea of not making a single family an MRT seems to be a rational choice unless it's necessary for contiguity purposes. Now, it may be for reasons that we need to understand, but that seems to me a way of trying to get a sort of conceptual response to the map that moves us forward. Because I think we need to make a decision at least about one of these as a prototype, and I'm hearing that that's a rationale here. And now, as Councilor Laredo says, what about elsewhere? I think we can look at elsewhere too. But that seems to be a rational judgment to start with. So I just want to appreciate that comment from my colleague.
This is my hood, I'm gonna speak to it later, but did you want to speak on something?
I did, yes.
Okay, so Councilor, President Albright and Councilor Lily, sorry.
So, as Councilor Lamel, Mr. Lamel pointed out, the west side of Allerton, towards the village, is SR2, but they're all multifamily, they're 2 and 3 family. If you go into the assessor's database. Pardon?
There's some single
Okay.
families.
Most of them are multifamily already. So my question for the planning department is, can you divide an area, that Allerton area, can you make the west side of it be MRT and everything else stay as it is?
Yeah, of course, you could draw the line at,
So you don't
yeah,
have
wherever
any-
you want.
You don't have any objection to drawing the line in the middle of an area?
Well, we propose this to be MRT, so we don't object to it being MRT.
No, that's not what I'm
Oh.
asking.
No, I understand, we don't
Sorry.
object.
Because you said once that you wanna keep a whole street the same.
Yeah, and you often want either side to be the same, but that doesn't always happen. I think there is a rationale here, given what's existing, to split Allerton, like, shown here in that green outline, into the portion towards the village being MRT, and above that removing from the district.
So as a principal, that's why, because this comes up again, and I looked in Newton Center, for example, and there's a street that's completely zoned MR, but they're mostly at one end, all single family. So could we split that and take the part that's already multifamily and make it MRT and leave the rest alone?
That would make sense.
Sure, and with the caveat for all of this, that we do want to, this area in particular, keep an eye on contiguity. Center Street, which is what's proposed for MRT, is currently zoned SR2 and SR3. If we took that out, we would break the contiguity. So I think we can certainly minimize the areas that are in SR zones if you want to scale back on the MRT. But there are some areas that could create problems.
Well, I don't, for proposal's sake, to ask the Ward 6 councilors what they would think about it, would you be interested, would you consider taking the part that's mostly multifamily of that particular area and making it MRT and leaving the rest of it alone?
I think, go ahead, Councilor Bowman?
So I think, again, we met with neighbors on Allerton Road and have talked to other neighbors. The issue here is not whether MRT is a good fit, not the two families that are there now on those lots are not what we have zoned MRT for. If we were zoning, if it was zoning that's for what exists now or slightly more than would exist now, we'd have zoning for 2 and 3 families. And this group of neighbors has been scared into thinking that every single one of those homes is going to be converted into 6 units. And they'll either tear it down or they'll convert it into 6 units. It'll be subdivided. And that's what we have not done a good enough job providing enough detail about what's realistically going to happen here, enough models that show people. And so just, in getting this passed in a way that doesn't, that minimizes the chances that we're going to have, an uprising. I think right now focusing MRT, if our goal is to get this passed and to get it passed in a way that we are able to get it done and have a few years of it running and seeing how it works, I think focusing MRT on areas that are currently zoned multi-residence is the way to go.
Councilor Bowman, okay.
And we can always take a next look at it.
Okay.
And then I would like a chance just to quickly respond to Councilor Laredo.
Okay, hold on a second.
Councilor Laredo,
Please hold on a second. You're on your first point. I guess I'd like to get a sense of the committee because I understand what you went through with the residents. Your comment about them being scared into thinking something's going to happen, whether or not it's realistic, is a concern. And we certainly want, and I also heard you tell me that they're not listening. So, what we want to do is to zone, this to me, it's kind of right in the middle of things. And the fact that you've got multi-residents already in the single-family zone is a situation we have across the city. We can take a look at an example right on this map, which is Lincoln Street. So many of us have used Lincoln Street as a prime example of where MRT belongs. Many of the houses are 2 and 3 family, mostly 2s, but then we have accessory apartments coming in as well. They're a block or 2 from the village center. And I don't know, I would like to get a sense of the committee on this, but are we doing this for the betterment of the village and what works? And the concept of building near the T, walkable to the T, that kind of thing? Or are we just trying to get it passed, as you've said several times? So I think, I just want us all to be honest about this. Look, we do want to get it passed. We want to get it done. We've been at this for 2 3/4 years at this point. So I'm gonna go now back to Councilor Leary because she was next tonight.
Yes, thank you, Madam
Couldn't help
Chair.
myself.
I overall agree with Councilor Bowman. I've always been, I want most of the density in the village centers. I've always said that. Because I want people to be able to walk and take the T or the bus and to get around, because it's not the number of units that I'm concerned about, it's the number of cars that come in, the number of parking spaces that we insist on. And it's much more appropriate to have the density in our village centers for the most part, especially the ones near transit. And I do want to get this passed. And we're not in any danger of not having enough units to be part. And I'm a qualitative person. There's a lot of good quantitative people, my colleagues I listen to, but if people think that we're going with 10 or 12,000 units, that's what's going to get built tomorrow. We know that's not true, but why not just go closer to the 8,330 units so we can get this done, and we still have residential zoning to all go through. We have a lot more work ahead of us even if we get this passed. The MBTA communities and our village center zoning, which I think are really critical. And what we get passed will be a huge improvement over what we have now. And I want to see it happen. I don't want to wait another
year.
Or we can't wait for that for the MBTA, I understand that, but you know. And I'm very pleased that the state has allowed us now to include units with some conditions along our priority streets, where I think that's very appropriate to have it. So I am in favor of reducing some of the MRT. Let's do it, let's move on.
Okay. Okay, Councilor Bowman, you had another point to make. Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, yes, I did. I quickly wanted to just say that I'm supportive of a similar rule, thought process in other parts of, in other parts of the map, and we did try to look through it. I recognize that Woburn has a fair amount of single-family zoning that's been determined for MRT, and the only thing I'd throw that makes it a little bit different is there's so little other zoning there, unlike the rest. And I think getting back to the point that Councilor Danberg made earlier is it's really hard to explain to people in Newton Center and Newton Highlands why everything has to be there, why so much of the rezoning is there. I mean, we did pull out the maps and look at built uses already in Newtonville and West Newton, but that's a part that they don't understand as well. So maybe there are other metrics we need to be explaining, like average units per square foot built today, that would help people better understand that that when they look at the numbers and they look really big in Newton Highlands and Newton Center and they don't look big anyplace else, it's easy for them to think, to be against this plan.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Ryan.
Yeah, I'd just like to say that I do agree with Councilor Bowman and Danberg to a point, but going through the maps and the suggestions for changes, that if you notice, there's most of, not all, but the majority are reducing BC3s to BC2s. If we want to eliminate these areas, and I understand why, because I think all of us here from all of our residential areas, then we got to make sure that in our village centers, right in our village centers, and this new change with the Commonwealth on being able to use, retail buildings and housing on the top now, to a point. I think we have to really stress the fact that we can't get rid of all the BC3s that people want to get to. We have to stick to our guns on that. If you want us to eliminate these areas around the village centers, I'm not going to talk about the circle, the quarter mile, but areas that are residential or 2 and 3 family homes. If there's some way we could just stipulate that those stay 2 and 3 family, fine, because we need them. Then I'm for that. But when it comes to the village center itself, the real village center, the business districts, we have to stick to our guns on the BC3.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Wright?
So I just want to address that one, and going through the calculations, we have 12,000 now, and removing all VC3, and I think we should keep some VC3, but if we reduce all VC3, it just brings us down to 10,000. So we're still above the 8330. So especially in the village centers, and a lot of people want to see the lower heights in the village centers, but it's appropriate in other places. And we'll go through it where we should see the higher buildings, but we still have plenty of room.
Well,
Yeah, let's vote.
I
Take a
wanted to
vote.
put one more thing on the table with this, because I think it's related and it's certainly going to affect the planning department's work. We did vote to remove the VC1 as a district, but now we're looking at the map, okay? So, and the proposal is to change the VC1 along the northern side of Route 9. Whoops. You didn't
Pulling
need
up
to-
the,
you did not need to
LEA.
move the
We were
map.
there.
You could have just left it there. Okay,
Here's Route 9, VC1.
all right, okay, fine. So on the northern part of Route 9, or north of Route 9, all of those would become
Could you put the cursor on it? Oh, that, right
Yeah.
over there.
Stay
Okay.
within the quarter-mile circle of Newton Highlands first, please. Okay, so contiguous with the MRT zones there, instead of VC one along Route 9, it would be MRT, right? And then to the right, to the east, we would eliminate all of that VC one along the Route 9 corridor totally. That aligns with eliminating the MRT on the south side of Route 9 as well. And then to the west of the quarter-mile circle, we just have a little bit more that would turn into MRT. So that's the proposed map as a way of getting rid of the VC1, which is a lot of units. As we learned last time, it's about 2,000 units, then we're just adding back a few where we're gonna have MRT, not just a few hundred. So just want that to be on the table.
We should start there, because we already got rid of VC1, so let's start with that.
Okay, all in favor of this proposed adjustment on VC1 to either eliminate it or turn it into the MRT where it's contiguous with the MRT zone? Please say aye.
Aye.
Any nays?
As long as it's
Abstentions?
MRT, I'm okay.
What's that?
As long as it's MRT, I didn't want to eliminate it altogether.
Well, we're eliminating the part that's to the east. See the VC1 to the east that has the black lines around it?
Yeah.
It's from a quarter mile to a half mile, but it's like along Route 9,
Is there some left in MRT?
Yeah, it's in the middle.
In the middle, it
Yeah.
looks like VC1.
that's, yeah, that's
North
becoming MRT.
Okay.
No, but right in the middle, right where it says Boylston Street, that looks like it's still VC1.
That's VC2.
Oh, that's
It
VC2.
just shows differently, yeah.
Okay.
So was this vote just for the area from, like where that straight line is?
Yeah.
East? Or are you also
No,
talking about
no,
VC?
All of it.
All of it, okay.
All of it. Now, notice that part of the VC1 around the Elliott Street T would be MRT, but the rest of the MRT is proposed to be added. But that would all be MRT because we need the contiguity.
And we got rid of VC1.
Yes, so I'm just, but now I'm showing, like, this is what it could be on the map, so that people are cool with that? Counselor Baker?
Yeah, I think that means yes.
Okay.
Right?
So-
That's all MRT for continuity purposes, is that right?
Correct,
So we're losing about 1,500 units with that vote.
at least.
I think Jennifer has a clarification.
Yeah, I just want to be very sure we're talking about, if you follow my cursor, from all the way over here on the west,
Yes,
all the way along Route 9.
yes.
And as proposed, except we do have conflicting proposals for this area right here, so I don't know if you want to look at that separately.
Yes, well, I think we voted that do we need to vote that again?
Well, you included that in the Winchester, but I just
Right.
it wasn't
Oh,
clear.
okay.
Right,
I
that
don't
was
know
the
if you
first
did
thing
or
we
didn't.
voted, is
Okay.
to defer.
But even those that are, you see where my cursor is here, this little triangle area?
Yeah, you.
Yeah, that's what they voted earlier.
Okay.
That's what we voted earlier.
Oh, okay, sorry, I thought it was just down here.
This was to not include.
Correct.
Okay.
Competing.
I wonder if you could have, like cursor battles, like those wrestling matches?
And then everything else on on Route 9,
Yeah.
on the north side and south side is as is shown on the map,
Either deleted or going
or
to
changed to
M.
MRT.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Got it.
Is there a section, what's the section in the middle there that's purplish?
Where?
Talking about the VC2 section?
Right there, yes.
That's
VC2.
There's no proposal to change that.
Got
Yeah,
it.
that's VC1, or sorry, VC2.
VC2, yeah, just wanted to make that
VC2
clarification.
along Route 9. Counselor Humphrey.
Technically, I think that I did propose a change to that in the meeting that we had, Councilor Bowman and I had with you
Okay.
too. Because I don't think that VC2 really works for that block just because of the nature of the Route 9 access and that we don't want to add more driveways there. We'd love to have housing there, but the concern was around adding more commercial stuff in those blocks. Although everyone that I've heard from is very happy with the VC3 designation across the street there. They think that's great, so.
So MRT for now that there's no VC1.
Well, yeah, because I think ideally we had said, and I expressed this to Mr. Heath the other day, that it would be great to have some higher density residential only corridor zoning along there, but I realize that you're trying to get it done at this point, so I'm not trying to create a new zoning category for you.
Yeah.
So are you opposing VC2 along that stretch?
Yeah, I just don't think, I think it's fine to have more housing there. I think that we don't necessarily need to be adding commercial right there. That's complicating the picture.
And the zoning would allow both for VC2.
It wouldn't require
No.
commercial. It could be all residential there.
Okay.
I might want to leave that up to
I don't think it should be commercial there.
Some of it is commercial, actually.
Yeah, and some of that
And
is
it's-
unfortunate that it's commercial there.
I know, they're happy being there, but I don't know, if you had another few stories, it would be tough. Well, is there a proposal on the table to turn that into MRT? Is that the proposal?
I guess, I mean, it wasn't my first choice just because I don't think MRT was exactly what I was going for there, but that's what's available because that's
How
what's
about we
available.
hold on to that, because there is the corridor study that's going to be next. Can we just hold on that and go further into,
Oh, you're saying defer it?
just defer it for now, yeah.
So keep it VC2 for now? What does defer mean?
That's why I'm confused.
Yeah, I'd like to vote on the other MRT, that stuff that we are proposing to take out. So all of the green areas that are outlined in black are being proposed to be taken out. Do we vote this as a block? All those in favor of removing all of these MRT sites as shown on the map in and around Newton Highlands T?
All highlighted in black.
All the ones that are highlighted in black. There's some on the south side of Route 9 as well.
I just wanna say that it's not because it's zoned at SR2. It's just alternatively, that there are other places that are already zoned MR that are all single family. It's more because of what it is on the map than what its underlying zoning is, for me anyway, that's what I can say.
Well, thank you, and I think Councilor Danberg was alluding to that also. I feel the same way, because I think there are blocks in the city that are crying for this zoning, and that's why there's some folks who proposed expanding up Lincoln Street, which has been talked about by many, many, many people, being so close to the center of town. In fact, all the way to Bowden Street and beyond, folks walk into the village and to the T all the time. So, all those in favor, however, of eliminating the green MRT zone that is outlined in black on all sites, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions?
Abstain.
I'm abstaining. 2 abstentions, 6 to 2 abstentions. And I'll say that I abstained. I understand we have work to do. This is a lot of proposed changes, and you got a lot of work ahead to revise the map and do the counts. So for VC2, let's go there next.
Do you want to address that, adding the MRT one?
Yeah.
It seems pretty unlikely that we'll add to the MRT now at this point.
Okay, I'll do the add MRT one. Can we see all of it, including Elliott Street? I think we need to look at the whole area. See all the MRT zones proposed?
You might need to go to the full city map, so not
We'd like to vote this all at once, if we could.
Well, just don't wanna confuse the Route 9 piece that you wanna add MRT from presently. Convert MRT from the VC1.
So we're good with that.
But we already voted that.
You did vote that, okay.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
Now we're voting adding MRT where there was nothing, right?
Right.
Just wanna look at Newton Highlands and to the Elliott T, because I think we have to take up Newton Center separately.
Can you?
We haven't talked about
So
it
it's
at all.
centered on the
Yeah.
Elliott and Newton Highlands, so just a little bit, yeah, there you go.
So we don't need to see center?
Okay,
I would just say that I think from a planning perspective, when we looked at where these zones would go, one of the considerations was also the streets that exist right now, right? Walnut Street and Lincoln Street are slightly more major streets than Allerton Road, which was just voted on to be removed. So I think where the additions are on Walnut Street to the north on either side, and on Lincoln Street, to the west, I think those conditions, and given that they're on the streets that they are, plus the existing conditions, I think would warrant that be a bit of a stronger rationale to add to MRT along Walnut and along Lincoln versus the kind of wholesale addition that you see around Elliott, and obviously further in the Highlands.
so
Food for thought.
it is, and, so all of the properties south of one property along Lincoln Street is zoned single family, but all of the properties south of that are MR. They're mostly two families, many two families. So you've got MRT in there a little bit. It's straining to see the screen.
The MR is just along Route 9, I'm looking at the zoning map, so
So
here
the
is
street
the,
behind the
not,
church?
yeah, they're single, you said they're single family, but they're
Here is
they're single residents, but they are
Yeah.
two family homes.
They're single residents, but they're two-family homes. There's tons of two-family homes in there, just tons. Okay, that's all I'm gonna say. I'm gonna have to abstain again probably because I would add in some of those sections. They just make perfect sense and it would be good for everybody. They would get additional property rights and you'd have more feet on the street for the village center. Talking about what's best for the village center. So and I think the MRT is more likely to evolve more quickly over time than some of what we have proposed in our central business districts. That's just me. So we're ready to vote on the addition of MRT. Do you wanna vote all of it at once?
Or you could divide based on which side of Woodward Street.
We could. Let's see. Woodward Street,
That's the one that's bent.
yes, I see.
It's further west.
It's not that one?
Cursor is not
It's further
so we're in
west.
Elliott.
left,
Okay.
left.
Oh,
To the
Not
right
the
of the
T,
T.
to the right
oh,
of
am I
the T.
confusing Woodcliff?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Get that in there.
Woodward,
One more over.
One more.
right there.
Yeah.
But it goes north-south, sort of. No, it goes to the north and then it goes west.
That's the intersection of the
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, it's, let me try it this way. All those who would, not include any of these MRT, proposed additions, please say aye.
Aye.
Only one.
Include any of them, on any of the map, but only to Woodward, I'm sorry. there's
So
one-
the proposed MRT additions are all of the properties outlined in green.
Right, that part,
Ex-
I got it.
Okay,
And then, but the boundary of the vote is Woodcliff?
no, I'm just saying, I'm just asking for a vote on everything, first of all.
There's no street names, which makes it very hard if you don't go there every day.
We have to go back over to the other smaller maps for street names, we don't have them on this one.
No, but I guess the point is that the original model had the VC1 providing some units there, but we took those out. Was there a thought of replacing those with MRs?
We already did that, yes.
did that.
All VC1 is being
This
replaced
is-
with MRT except where we're eliminating it, and where we're eliminating it is where it is encircled in black.
And that was just along Route 9, I think now we're talking about as you spread out into the neighborhoods,
Yeah.
all of the just green outline. That's like a peach color underneath of it.
Oh, there's a lot of it that's very, very close to the T.
There is a tremendous amount.
Well, it's all within a quarter mile or half.
Yeah, but I mean, this is really like,
Within
right
a
on
quarter,
top.
within a quarter mile.
it's like
Why are
across
we
the street.
considering voting that out then? I have no problem with that.
There's no problem with adding all those properties?
Yeah, I mean, that's what's proposed, right?
Because some people
No,
just
it's proposed
said,
by a community group.
This is an amendment to the
New,
original.
okay.
I believe there was some
Planning
counsel on
department's
the
idea.
recommendations for Elliott as well.
so all of the areas that are outlined in green
Yeah.
are proposed to be added to the map as MRT. We have contiguity, so that's not an issue. We have a thin ribbon of contiguity. So we can satisfy that. We're not sure if we can satisfy the 50% rules yet, but we'll figure it out. Yes, Councilor Krinsman.
I guess I sort of want to respond to Councilor Leary. My concern about adding a bunch of these properties into the MRT is that we just removed properties from MRT.
Right.
And in those properties that we just removed, when I say we, I mean you. Just kidding. But the fact that we just removed those, which are very, very close to the T, I don't think it's appropriate, I would say, to now look at, properties that are just as close to the T, just on slightly the other side and add them in. So that's my hesitancy. It's
Okay.
exclusively based on the vote we just took.
Well, I was just thinking about, I don't know that area so well, so it's harder for me to make an evaluation on that. But your point is taken, and
Could we divide it in north and south of Route 9? Would that help?
Yes.
A little bit, I think.
Sure. I would love to have that zone all along my street, which is south of Route 9. So I hope you do vote for that. Now, please go, Councilor Humphrey.
This is very narrow from Ward 5. I mentioned this a couple of years ago to Mr. Lamel. The area that's Roundwood Road, south of Route 9 and Hickory Cliff there, that interior area can't really support additional housing realistically. It just is very, very isolated from everything else, and it's hard to get in and out of that. And it's also up on one of those types of rock formations. You'd have to do a lot of blasting and stuff. And so I think that should be taken out from any consideration, regardless of whether there's merits for the other stuff.
That's a good point.
It's just, I don't want that, especially because we've been lately dealing with the fact that there's a closed pathway and people can't actually get to the T as easily as they used to be able to, so.
Okay, how about we blow up the map that's Elliott Street, Route 9? We're gonna have to take this in pieces, it sounds like. We had only one vote to eliminate everything, so, do we need to go to the other, the section map that shows streets?
question?
Yes, but let me see, can you get, what map, is this as big as you can make it?
I can continue to zoom in.
I'm sorry?
I can continue to zoom in. Let me know when.
Okay, well,
this-
we need to see the whole thing too.
We're not gonna be able to zoom all the way in and see the whole thing.
Oh, okay, all right. Councilor Laredo.
Has planning notified any folks in any of these areas we're proposing to add of our plans?
No, of course not, because these are
Okay,
proposals that are
but-
just coming to us.
Right, but wouldn't that be critical before we even consider it on straw vote, that we tell these people that we're thinking of it?
They have to be
No.
notified before the hearing.
For the hearing, right. So,
So let me just find out from planning, are you gonna be sending postcards between now and the public hearing
We were
to
not
these
planning.
affected units?
We were not planning on renoticing for this hearing.
So
We also have
how
not
do these
proposed.
folks know that we're planning on rezoning their streets?
we are renoticing, we're just, you're just.
No, I don't
letting
think that's
them
what she
know.
said, Chair Crossley.
I know, but it's not, I'm sorry. We are actually renoticing.
We are, Are meeting our legal noticing requirements.
Okay, so.
And the maps will be online for people to see.
Correct.
I live in one of the, I'm colleagues, I live in one of these I don't live in one of these areas, but if I lived in one of these areas and there's some notice published out there and you put it on our zoning packet, come on, who the heck reads that besides us? Let's be real here. They have no clue what you're doing. No clue at all. You wanna see a bunch of ticked off residents? Go rezone an area where you haven't even bothered telling them you're doing it, and then surprise, surprise, you pass new
We're not
zoning.
rezoning, we are offering a zoning alternative, which I think is an important
Yeah,
distinction to make.
No, Counselor, Chair Crosley, with all due respect, their next door neighbor will now be able to come in and build in a way that they had no clue could be done, and you haven't told them that.
Can I make a suggestion?
Please.
You may not even vote to add any areas. Can we move through the maps first, and then we can talk about whether there needs to be some sort of additional process for those areas that were added, if any are added?
Agreed.
I just think that's really important as well, because to be honest with you, I would abstain on this, because I would need to go walk the area, and yeah, I agree, there should be some more
So,
input on it. It's
we
kind
need-
of thrown out there.
I agree, so, but we need to give the planning department some direction. And to do that, I think we have to have a sense of the committee on, they're gonna need to be able to manipulate the maps to make the numbers work. We've already cut out quite a bit. I don't know if we, when we get to Newton Center, we're probably gonna cut out a bunch more. So I don't know if the numbers are going to work, nobody knows. And so we need to give them some direction as to how they could move.
I think we, as we stated at the beginning, I think you, as the committee member, should feel comfortable that you have the flexibility to add and change, and we can make things worse. I think wholesale change, that might be a different issue. But again, it's never been about getting to a number. It's about getting to what's right and appropriate for village centers.
For some people, it's about the number.
No, I understand that, and I think we have to work to educate and explain and discuss what this is or what this isn't.
Can I ask a question, Mr. Lamel? What did you mean by right and appropriate? What number is that?
All right, that's it.
Yeah.
We need to move through the maps, and we don't need to have this kind of an argument here. We're supposed to be doing a qualitative assessment of the zoning as it has been designed. We don't know exactly how that's gonna manifest on this map. Councilor Baker?
So I guess I didn't vote in the last vote, but I'm persuaded to be cautious about adding areas in that are new areas. I mean, if the planning department comes back and say we can't, after we get all the way through this, I would look at areas that were included first and then may come back like a piece of Elegant Road, like we were talking about, to try and make it up. But I'm a little cautious about adding space, adding territory. I just think that takes us down a perilous road of getting anything ultimately done. And so I would be cautious. I guess if you were to ask that question again, I would say, let's leave these proposed additions out. And I would do that on a general basis, otherwise we're never gonna get through any of these maps.
Could we just do BC 2s and 3s? Like, just
So we're
focus on that?
not going to vote on this. We don't have to vote on it.
Well, I guess you could vote to not, in any additions, you could vote not to include them in any village center.
There might be some proposed by a councillor, for example, because I know I proposed a small one in Newtonville.
I think if we get to a point where there's an individual adjustment, that's fine, but this is a big chunk of stuff.
It's a big change.
And I think that we've got enough burdens to carry, and I just think that is, the whole premise of what has been noticed so far has been a much narrower scope. So I would like to stay within the scope of advertisement right now, unless there's a powerful reason, a particular council wants to add a parcel to something. It's really informed about it. I'm not enough informed to make a judgment. So I would presume that I don't want to add something without that knowledge. That's my concern. But
So, Councilor Moran.
Yeah, I just think it's too big. just throwing in.
No one's proposing we have to do all of it, but never mind.
Well, why don't we not, there's a lot added here, but why don't we just table this?
So this piece is proposed by a community group, I believe it's the Building Pros, I hope I'm correct in that. We don't need to take it up, we can defer it.
Why don't we defer it and see where the, I mean, I know we're not talking about numbers, but let's see where the numbers come out.
Okay, all right, then let's go to, Director Heath.
Just so we have clear direction, we're taking it out.
We're not adding it.
We're
not
adding it.
Not
Okay,
adding it.
Not
thank you.
adding it,
Not-
but we're deferring a decision based on where the numbers come out. I thought we should give you a
We
little
need-
more direction than this, but,
Yeah.
so that you, if you need to add another layer in down, go down
We
to
have
the
enough in the numbers.
I guess my,
Yeah.
I can clarify that, if you need to come back, I would look again at some of the places in the original proposal that were deleted that might have some distinction between the properties and the underlying zoning. That's the point I think that President Albright was making, if you were, but I would do that sparingly, it seems to me, that if we're gonna move through the maps, we ought to look at the maps on the basis of what, just to get moving, what it is that was originally proposed that should come out, and only if there is some, I think, knowledgeable counselor involved who says, I really think this should be in, should we consider that? Because even though a community group has come forward, again, the public has no knowledge of that for all the reasons we just heard, so I'm very cautious about that.
Okay, but I do think we need to take a vote on whether or not we want to, I'm sorry? Who?
Councilor Ryan.
Councilor Ryan?
Yeah, I mean, it says the community group, and I'm just, I haven't heard, seen anything from the councils themselves in that would, saying they agree with this. And I am gonna, I think Councilor Hale said it very early, I mean, now I wish, I could tell you probably who that community group is, but now I wish
I
I.
believe it's the building professionals working
Huh?
group. The building professionals working group.
Oh, well,
There's some city councilor
I
mixed
just
in
think
here
we
as
should know
well.
which group, so, proposing anything.
Okay. We'll have all those memos in the packet.
And make one, are we supposed to assume that it says the city councilor, that it's the council is from that ward?
No, not necessarily.
Well, see, then I think that makes a difference too. Transparency, everyone, we should just know what's going on, then we
Fine.
can make decisions.
So all those things, as we've said 5 times now, are going to go in the packet. They had to get to the clerk's office, I guess, or they got dropped and Jacqueline's on vacation, who knows? So hold on just a second, I was just hoping we could next then go to that strip of VC2 that is, that Councilor Humphrey proposed, be downzoned because the lots and egress are not appropriate to Route 9. Is your comment on that, Councilor Klinsman?
No, it's on the MRT.
It's, go ahead.
This area, the Elliott Route 9, the circle to the left around the Elliott T-stop, doesn't fit squarely within the BCOD. It is a almost exclusively residential area at the moment, and I feel like it would be more appropriately addressed during the residential zoning. So I would be prepared to vote no, not to add this into MRT now, any of that area, with the understanding that we can address this area when we get to residential zoning.
Is that a motion?
Yes.
On the table?
Second it.
All those in favor, please say
This is for
aye.
all the added MRT.
For all,
For
yes,
this,
all
just
around
the added-
LAT.
The added MRT right there around Elliott, everything in that concentric circle around the Elliott T.
Got it.
With the
Okay.
with the exception of Route 9.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're not done with the Route 9 corridor.
Yeah.
Those are already in,
Those are
right,
already
because
in
those are in
there,
the
we
contiguous
voted
thing.
those in as MRT.
Just the addition.
The addition.
Okay, just the MRT proposed addition beyond that, okay? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
I'm gonna abstain. There we go.
But we can move on now.
Yes, we can. And so that's strip along Route 9, which is VC2. The proposal is to downzone that to MRT. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, just 4.
I just want to be clear, the ward councilors in favor of that?
Yes,
Yeah.
I am the ward counselor.
And
Bill
you're-
Humphrey is
Bill
the ward
Humphrey
Yeah,
is
counselor.
no, I just want to be clear.
Yeah, the proposal is from Bill Humphrey.
Yeah, no, I just
Yeah.
want to understand.
We've always had trouble with the notion of adding, without further study along Route 9. Some lots could accommodate that, but not too many. This egress is
No,
really
no, I
difficult.
understand it, I just needed to understand what you're talking about in these proposals, that's fine.
Okay. So I'm sorry, that was 5 in favor, 1, 2, 3, 4.
I'd be in favor if we could eliminate Route 9, then I vote.
Do I have only 4 in favor? It's downzoning it to MRT from VC2.
Are the 2 Ward 5 councilors in favor of downzoning it
Yes,
to
we just
MRT?
voted.
Well, technically that part's in Ward 6.
Oh, then,
Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, abstentions? 2 abstentions.
I know your ward boundary.
Is there a no? Is there a no? Okay, 6 in favor then, I think.
I'm in favor.
Okay, 6.
You're abstaining on this vote? For the downzoning to?
Okay, all right. That was painful.
Down to 3 now.
Oh, we're not? Okay.
Go ahead,
Let's
Jeff.
go.
Did we do the rest of the MRT additions in the Highlands?
I think
No.
that was just not included.
No, we have not, and we should.
Well, where did you draw them?
Everything within the quarter mile concentric circle and west of it was voted, so they're that line.
Okay.
How's that? Not-
Okay. Do you want to make Bowden Street the cutoff? I know you already did that vote, but it just seems cleaner.
Can I amend my motion to everything outside of the Newton Highlands T?
Well, they're both in, they intersect.
Bowden Street is in your
That's
ward.
that straight line that's between.
I thought we did
They're-
Montauk
They intersect
Ward
in the
Your
half
ward,
mile.
and Bowden Street is in your ward.
Well, should we vote on,
So,
not we,
I thought-
someone vote on the other ones?
This is a clarifying principle, we talked about the LA Street, but I think the principle of not adding at least is unless the ward councilors are in favor of it, I'm not disposed to vote for it because I don't know enough about it. And I
Okay.
therefore, if there's a sort of a categorical way of thinking about this, I'm not adding something that has not yet been noticed. So,
Can we see, please, all of the map around the Newton Highlands T? Can we see the northern part? There we go. Thank you. This is a pretty coherent map. Councilor Danberg, Ward 6, and all that proposed addition is in your ward. You want to speak to this at all, or just, are you not proposing it?
this was not proposed by the Ward 6.
I know.
Oh, this up here, yes.
It was not proposed by the Ward 6 councilors. Are you proposing it now?
This, yes, was,
Are you proposing it? Are you proposing that
Do
we
I-
include, are you, the Ward 6 councilor, proposing that we include it in the map? Or would you propose that we not include it?
I would like to hold on it. I'm not gonna propose it now, no.
Okay.
on the principle, unless the ward councilors say it to the contrary, I'm gonna move that we not
Okay.
include it.
And we might have lost Councilor Bowman. I know she's.
I think it's consistent with what you said.
No, I'm here.
Good, okay.
I agree with Councilor Danberg.
Good, okay.
I generally agree that adding in, these maps are published 4 months ago.
I got it.
And so by adding in so many additional units at this point, I feel like
Okay, we got it.
unnecessary.
So we do not have a motion before us, and that's fine. Because it's not coming from any counselor.
I think we got a little faster than
Yeah.
we're going.
We're
No
sort of
kidding.
working out a principle.
Yeah. It might go faster next.
Now, because we're gonna.
Okay, VC2. We took care of VC2 along Route 9. We've got, maybe we should talk about VC2 and VC3 together. We have proposals, folks, trying to hear here. We have proposals to reduce, excuse me, are we trying to hear at the table here? We have proposals to reduce VC3 along Walnut Street to VC2. And we have a proposal to increase VC2 along Walnut Street North to VC3.
Is that VC1?
That's VC1.
It's the downzone into VC1.
Oh, and the proposal is to downzone it to VC, I can't see that
Yeah, that's
color.
VC1.
So going from VC2 to VC1,
Correct.
so they're both proposals to downzone what was proposed. Yes, Council Ray.
And then both myself and the Newton Highlands Area Council would like to downzone the rest of the VC3 in the, near the T there on Lincoln Street and Waltham, Walnut Street, all of that to VC2.
Could you zone in, I mean.
And Lincoln Street?
Yeah.
Zoom in.
Just all the red that's left, change to VC2. Change all VC3 to VC2.
Yes.
That's the proposal on the table.
Okay. For right there, but
Newton Highlands.
yeah, Route 9 is separate, but for right there, yes.
There's some VC1s, I thought we did away with VC1.
This was
We
prior
did.
to that
Yeah.
vote.
We're just,
So
was
we're just,
received.
right now, we have not what's on the map, we have a proposal to downzone all of VC3 to VC2. Correct?
Yeah, on Walnut and Lincoln.
But all
in
of
Newton
it,
Highlands.
all of it.
All of
Newton
it,
Highlands.
Route 9 is
No,
the.
all of
just,
it in
can you
Newton
zoom in
Highlands.
so we don't see
Yes,
that
let's
red
just look
on
right here.
Yeah.
Okay,
the bottom?
does anyone need to say anything about this, or could we vote?
Well, I just need a clarification. There's a box that's outlined, and then there's some red that's not. What is being affected by the vote?
So we're not looking at the map,
Oh, I'm sorry, okay.
because Councilor Wright has amended her proposal, her original proposal to a new proposal to downzone all of the VC3, all of the solid red. All of it along Walnut and Lincoln Street, proximate to the Highlands T.
Okay, not the little piece down below.
Nope, only right in the core village
Portion
center.
of it. Okay.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah,
Okay.
to downzone all of it from VC3 to VC2, that's what's on the table.
If that vote fails, are you going to go back to the proposal for the other?
Yeah, what are we in for here?
No, well, this is also being proposed by the area council too, we'd like to see that.
I believe the blue we have outlined came from Councilor Kalis.
Came from what?
Councilor Kalis.
Oh,
Okay, so then we'll take up Councilor Kalis's proposal second. All right, can we just vote this? All those in favor of downzoning all of the VC3 in Newton Highlands to VC2, please say aye.
Aye.
All right.
All those opposed?
No.
No. Okay, that's 2-6. So that fails. Councilor Kalis, is Councilor Kalis here? He's not. This area, the area that he is proposing to downzone to VC2, to give you guys a sense of location, O'Hara's is at the corner, the upper corner on the left. There you go, there's O'Hara's, okay? Across the street from O'Hara's is a parking lot. And used to be a gas station, it's just a parking lot. And, so you know where you are?
Yeah.
Okay.
There's a 7-Eleven on that corner right there.
This, the 7-Eleven on the corner, there was the Walnut Grill, which is now something else.
Yeah.
And parking lot is part of that larger site, which is probably over 30,000 square feet.
What is the purple now?
That's VC two.
Wait, where?
The
Where's
purple to the south, on the south corner of Walnut and Center. Those
Yeah.
cursors are making me dizzy.
I'm just trying to understand.
Yeah.
VC2,
Yeah,
this is
but it's being circled with long range planning.
VC2,
Yeah.
VC2.
VC2, okay.
And there was no proposal to change
Yeah,
it.
that's right, Schlesinger.
Okay, all right, so the proposal from Counselor Kalis is to downzone just those particular sites to VC two.
And the rationale for that?
It's when the street gets narrower.
Where the street gets narrower?
Yeah.
Okay,
Which is really below where the VC2 starts.
Yeah, it's like
That's
right
the
here.
pinch point. So this area to the north, it's still the same width as, it's more the same width as up here.
so
Just
So the scope
Narrow,
of-
just
need to know scope
the first
of-
two lots there, south Floral Street are not narrower. They're actually
Who's talking?
some of the widest parts of Walnut Street.
Why are we not able to see hands?
She didn't raise her hand,
Okay.
it pops up here when they raise their hand.
Oh, okay. Could folks please, Counselor Downs, was that you?
That was me. It was just a clarification on that part of the street.
What is your clarification?
Is that on Walnut Street, where the cursor is now, it's actually just as wide, if not wider, than the part just to the north of it?
So is there a property line that crosses over the street? Because that looks very odd to me.
I think it just has to do with probably the layers in GIS, that there's a bridge.
Oh,
If you start to bridge over it's possible. But anyways.
I don't know, I think this.
That's an anomaly.
This is-
That sidewalk is straight.
This is the pinch
There's
point.
no,
This is,
Yeah,
But I don't think, is there a pinch point
Yes,
there?
it narrows.
Joe, you wanna switch to assessor's map with the,
The graphic is on.
with
Okay,
the-
folks, you
front.
get, we all understand where we are, right?
No.
Seriously, how many times have you been to O'Hara's?
yeah.
I meant that globally.
Oh.
There used to be a Saturday Evening Post that featured.
Okay.
that.
If nobody's
I'm
gonna
ready to
say
vote
this,
on it.
I'm gonna say it. We just pretty much rejected expanding MRT. I heard all the reasons why, we all did. But if we don't go out,
and turn
we
off
go
the
up.
zoning.
Yes, I
Because
agree.
otherwise, we're
Okay.
not doing what's
All right.
good
Let's
for our
take a
village
vote.
centers. In terms of the balanced uses and so forth.
Go to these.
Okay, let's vote then.
Activity. Okay, so all those in
Councilor Bowman
favor,
has her hand up.
sorry,
Counselor
Councilor
Kalis
Bowman has
just
her hand up.
joined.
Counselor Bowman,
Yes, thank you. So,
So-
quick question, did Counselor Kalis give a reason to why you wanted to?
I think he
downzone?
just joined, maybe we should call on him.
Joe on base theme.
Counselor
Total
Kalis, did
aerial
you just
imagery.
join us?
Go to satellite.
Yes,
We are trying to
Total
take up your
aerial
proposed amendment without you.
I didn't realize it was up. I'm glad you're discussing it though.
Well, we were about to take a vote, but
Between, like,
you wanna
1186,
explain your
1194, that's
rationale
where it starts
for,
to-
it's where Newton Highlands, and you proposed downzoning several, oh, and we're on the Google Maps now, several sites to the south of Lincoln Street, to the south of Floral Street, actually, from VC3 to VC2. And you.
Yeah, it's one area in particular, and thank you for allowing me to speak. It's really between, I guess, Floral, where it goes from Walnut to Center, and it's partially, it's basically building off of that discussion that you had probably 6 months ago about the, I don't know what it was called, the humanization of walkability, or how the perception of a person in the buildings. And in that specific area of Walnut, I thought VC2 was more appropriate because the road narrows, especially as you're getting to Center. And while I feel it's fine to be at VC3 for some of the other, for Lincoln, for example, And for the northern side of Walnut, that one area is the one area that I was really referring to. And when I talked to the planning department, I looked at other areas and kind of offset it. I was trying to offset it by looking at the slope when you look at Woburn and where the Woburn Market is, the slope down, that was VC2. I thought that could go up to VC3. So I was trying to weigh those, but that's really why. And I think that VC2 could work really well there versus the VC3.
Okay, planning, I have a question for you. What I was trying to follow is, I think Councilor Kayla said there was one site where he wanted it to go from VC2 to VC3.
In Woburn.
In Woburn,
Yes.
oh, okay, never mind, we don't have to go there now. We can go back to the Google view. So, thank you for that, Councilor Kalis. We've had a bunch of discussion. I'll just tell you that before we took up the central core of Newton Highlands, we voted not to expand the MRT zone, where it had been proposed to expand fairly extensively around the T. And so in that, and several people have said, if you don't go, and I said it too, don't go out, you need to go up in order to get the units. That some people feel we need for the sake of our village centers, not for the count. We're not talking about that tonight. Any other comments from anyone? I see Councilor Bowman, you still have your hand up?
I just raised it.
Okay.
Okay, so I think on this particular, I'm getting the point that Councilor Kalis is making, but I'd also say on this particular site, especially on the non-O'Hara side, is that there are a number of buildings there that really are in need of renovation. Yeah. And so I do worry about them being VC2, whether the buildings would actually end up getting renovated or something new being built in. So,
okay.
And I think also the size of the lot where the Walnut Grill and the now some sort of steam room place, VC2 just seems like maybe not the right answer there.
Well, that will probably be a
And then
special
I would
permit.
say from a walkability standpoint, if these buildings are redone, we're gonna get wider sidewalks and better street facing. So I think that it'll be improved.
Okay,
I'll
thank you.
comment on this.
Okay, I'm gonna go to Councilor Krinsman and then Dan Burke.
Sure, I'm not gonna add much of this because I'm very conflicted. I think the 4 parcels right near Walnut and Floral, I definitely think I would keep as VC3. I'm a little conflicted about the ones on Center Street because there isn't really a step down from VC3 to the residential district there, but it is so close to Route 9 and Center Street, it's kind of a busier area. I'm very conflicted just about those 2 parcels. The other ones I would keep VC3.
So you want me to split the vote?
I'm just throwing that thought out there. Just want to see what people think.
Okay, what do people think?
I sort of agree with you. You'll be surprised.
Well, then I was wrong.
Okay, Councilor Dan Burke.
Okay, I'm gonna agree with Councilor Bowman on this. I think that large parcel, particularly that large parcel, on the corner of Walnut and Center begs to be redone. The properties that are next to it have already been redone. At least I think it's 2 of them next to it. And I think that adding another, I would fear also that if we did not allow it to be VC3, that it would not, there wouldn't be enough incentive for the owner to redo it. I think that's the property next to it on Walnut Street. I think that those on the corner of Floral and across the street from it could also take for 3.5 or 4.5 stories.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else? Councilor Lorraine?
I don't understand the supposition that they won't get redone. What's the factual basis for that assumption?
Well, I don't think any of us have a crystal ball and can determine what's gonna be redone and what's not gonna be redone. I think that we need to make sure that we give enough incentive to have a property that is right now, that property is essentially vacant. Everything that's been in there has failed. And the best chance, in my opinion, for that property to be successful is to have first floor retail or first floor business with a couple of floors at least of residential above.
Can I ask a procedural question here that relates to that?
Okay.
If we zone something as VC2, which is a by right, is there anything to prevent an owner from coming in later on and asking for a change by special permit to VC3?
I don't believe so. They'd have to come to you and you have to approve
But
it.
they could get a special permit.
It's a zone change.
It would be a zone change.
Zone change, no special
Yeah,
permit.
it happens.
It
It
simply
by
comes
right
from zoning and
No,
planning.
but I understand the VC2 is by right, but if somebody came in and said, for this parcel of land, you've rezoned it wrong and I can't build
Yes, but
unless you
special,
upzone it, you could come in and get a zone change.
yes, but you come to zoning and planning, no special permit. Right? If
Right.
we
Fine, you go to
agree,
zoning and planning.
right. If
Approval
we-
from the city council.
But either way, you're not foregoing, my point is, by going to VC2 somewhere, you're not preventing someone from ever developing. If there's someone who says, financially, I can't make a go of it, they come to city council, and they go through a simple process, because I'm sure this committee will expeditiously consider the request and move it along. Right?
And then it'll be sent back to
That's
committee
all.
for full council.
Yeah.
And it
It'll be
goes
sent
out,
back.
rechartered, and then it will.
But you know what, it's not.
I see no reason why
We just vote.
why
Yes.
that property should not
Okay.
have
Folks,
two floors of
folks, I think,
residential
I think
above.
we're
That's
ready to vote. I
VC2.
think we know how we're voting, and we're gonna finish
But
this
no,
map.
but that's
Council Laredo,
what
please.
Councilor Danberg just said with first floor retail and 2 floors
I
above.
meant three stories above.
That'd still be.
So, okay, I think we know how we're voting, and we just have to move along here, folks. So, the proposal is to downzone these several lots as shown on the map from VC3 to VC2, all of them. I'll take that vote first, and if you wanna parse it, we can do that afterwards. All those in favor of downzoning, please say aye.
Aye.
That's 2. All those opposed?
No.
No. I think that's 2 to 6, no abstentions. Okay, Counselor Kalis, thank you for joining us. We're going to move to Newton Center.
So we get 2 done.
We got
3.
3 done?
3? How'd you get 3 done?
Elliott, Route 9, and Highland.
Oh, yeah.
Well, yeah, if you count Route 9 as the third. Not really, but okay, 2 out of 12 anyway. Okay, let's go to Newton Center. It's only 9:30.
Lots of good places to eat there.
We're gonna adjourn and conduct the meeting there.
Chair Crossley, we have
Yes.
breakfast there.
If you all wanna stay through the night, I'm sure the planning department would love to provide us with breakfast.
Still
By the
up
way,
there, there's plenty of folks still.
Thank you for providing dinner this evening. It was a nice break. Thank you so much. Okay, I find my Newton Center here. Here we go. All right, folks, we have a similar situation here, but maybe we can do it more quickly because we've talked about, how each of us feels about going in which direction. So we're gonna start from the outside in again, like we just did. We don't have to deal with Route 9. All of the MRT zone, which is outlined in black, is proposed to be diminished.
Is this proposed by the Ward 6 councilors?
Yes. All of it, right?
Yes, however, there is one section that I would add back, and that is the three, right next to in the middle, yep, go near the T. Near the T, yep,
Oh, these-
right there, yes, I'd add those back. Remove those from the removal.
Remove
What
those.
streets, can I ask what streets those are? I'm sorry.
That is, that's
Herrick.
Brayland and Herrick.
Oh, Brayland runs along the tracks there?
Yeah.
So that's where the T is, that's
And-
the tracks.
And I would also add back in the three on the other side of the street of them, yes, go to the three go to the three, yes, those three, 1, 2, 3. Add
Along
back.
Chase.
And you're gonna take, I'm sorry, can I just ask a clarifying question? I don't understand. Are you proposing to take all of that out of MRT, even though it's right next to the T?
I'm adding them back.
Which ones, like 3?
Six.
Yeah, so six.
Six parcels.
And everything else you're proposing to take out? Is that,
Yes, correct.
and that's right next to the T, right?
Close to the T,
So
yes.
I'd be happy to explain why
Please
we
go ahead,
suggested this.
please go ahead.
Oh, sorry. So, thank you, Madam Chair. So the reason we suggested this is that the use in this area is already multifamily and very dense. And, you know, from the aspect again of just, you know, in calculating the numbers and looking at what was allocated to be compliant with the MBTA versus, versus what was likely to get built, we just felt very strongly that, you know, we're hearing a lot of feedback from people in Newton Center and Newton Highlands that they were bearing the brunt for the MBTA compliance. And so we decided that, you know, in knowing this neighborhood very well and understanding that, you know, even with MRT zoning, they're not going to get more dense than what they have there now, is that they could be removed and not actually change what will likely happen in the next, 10 years on these properties.
What I also think, if I could speak,
Please go ahead.
what I also think we need to do here, however, since we've removed all of the VC1, we did this prior to knowing that that VC1, or prior to discussing that VC1 might be removed. And what we don't want to do now is dip below the 50% in these contiguous areas. And so if that's the case, I'm not sure that we can vote this out tonight if we don't know what the numbers are. But I would certainly, and I'm sure councilors Noel and Bowen would agree with me, that we could take another look at this if we need any of this to make the 50%.
So I know that nobody needs to listen to me, but I just want to remind everybody that at the beginning, we agreed, at least some of us agreed, that what we want to do here is evaluate each village center, not by the numbers, but by what makes sense for the village center. And as Councilor Laredo said, and others have said, you know, except for the 6 lots you're adding back in, these are all very close to the T. But there was a similar situation in Newton Highlands, where some of those lots that were originally designated as MRT are very close to the T.
But these are MR.
Yeah,
South of it. The other
all
ones
of
are
that is
SR.
MR,
Yeah.
all of it.
And over at the Highlands, it was SR, most of it.
And it's not that our underlying zoning makes the best sense for our city either, which is partly why we're changing it. So, I mean, there's MR districts that are further away from the T, and there's single-family residents that are right up against the T. So if that juxtaposition is the rationale for how we name a zone, that's, you know, our underlying zoning as one person said at one point, it's like we put all the zones in a bag and shook them up and then threw them on the map. It's not quite that bad, but there's a lot of things that don't have a rationale behind them.
So can I, Herrick Road is the street that I was mentioning that I'm gonna come to next,
Yep.
which is all zoned MR from beginning to end.
Yep.
And it's only that part closest to the center that's actually multi-family. The
That's
rest of it is all single family. So somebody at some point decided, oh, that's really close to the T, let's make it all MR. But it didn't change. What happened? They still have mostly single-family houses
Or it was
there.
all
And they're-
MR and they just decided to make
That
it,
could be,
you
Well,
know.
they're large, single-family homes, and don't forget, that's on private property. That's abutting, it's part, it's
I don't
part,
know
it was
private
built,
property.
well, it was built on land that was owned by Andover Newton Theological. And Andover Newton Theological, a number of years ago, 25 years or so ago, built allowed a number of homes, sold off a number of house lots, single-family homes and large single-family homes were built there. So that, the road that goes up there is a private road.
Okay, I think we need to get to a place where we can vote if we have to do this in pieces. So we're looking at this map, but already there's proposed a change to the map. So everything along Chase, which adds another 3 units, and everything along the Herrick between Chase and the T would remain as MRT in this proposed amendment. Everybody got that?
Yeah.
Okay. Are there any other proposed,
Let's just vote on that.
okay, well, all right. And then I'm gonna ask the Ward 6 councilors who are here to give us some direction about possibly adding back, because we have taken a lot away at this point. All those in favor of?
Can I be heard before you take a
Oh, I'm
vote?
sorry. Yeah, go ahead.
So, I appreciate the concerns of my Ward 6 colleagues. I have to say, I hope they have the same concerns for areas immediately abutting Newtonville, West Newton, Auburndale, and Nantucket. I haven't heard that, and I'll be really blunt, this strikes me as, either you're gonna do it everywhere, as you're proposing, the advocates in Ward 6 are proposing, or you shouldn't do it anywhere. But to say it shouldn't be done in Ward 6 right next to the T-stop, but it's fine in Newtonville and Anantum and Auburndale and West Newton, I gotta tell you, that doesn't feel right.
Well, we haven't been to the other villages
Yeah.
yet, and the
Well, but
Ward
I haven't
6
heard I haven't heard a single.
You heard me, Councilor Laredo.
Pardon?
I said that I agreed that we should be consistent. I said that earlier, maybe I need to be louder.
I share Councilor Leary's sentiment that consistency with whatever we do here is very important.
Okay.
And
Can
I'm
we
fine.
vote this, and then could we go to the next thought, which is about how we might go forward with these maps in order to achieve what needs to be achieved by the planning department?
There may be some flaws
Right,
later.
right, and if we can get to some of those other villages, we can have a look at them, and by the way, the Ward 6 councilors looked at every single village and gave us maps of every single village, which will be in your packet very shortly.
And I do need to say one thing in answer to that, Councilor Laredo, and thank you for your concern. And I agree in concept with what you're saying. However, if you remember, I made the point that the Center and Newton Highlands, the Wards 5 and 6, are fine with having 50% of all of the units, but they're not fine with having 70%.
Okay,
And so
and
we're
what we need to
trying
say.
we're trying to achieve.
What we mean to say,
Let's
what
vote.
we mean to say is that your constituents are looking at this from a point of view of what they think of as equity. And the MBTA compliance plan, it only affects 6 villages right now, right? And so here there are 2 villages, part of the contiguous landmass, where we have to have 50% of the total unit count for MBTA communities. So you have to have 50% among 6 villages, all right? But that doesn't include anything that happens in any of the other 6 villages, because there are 12 in total, right? So in this contiguous landmass, we have to, and which also includes Route 9, which is not the villages per se, but anyway. And it's, right now, it's a higher number. And what I was trying to say earlier is we've just eliminated a whole lot of area. BC1 and a whole lot of MRT, so we don't know where we stand with
That's
the
right.
contiguous area.
We
But
don't
this
know what
isn't
this
about
will
the
do.
numbers.
Yeah.
Just saying. Okay, so the proposal on the table is to eliminate all these lots outlined in black with the exception of the 6 lots that are along Chase Street and down Herrick Road. Yes, Mr. Lamell?
I would just recommend you keep the lots on Langley on either side that we propose as MRT, because again, Langley is a thoroughfare, a little bit different than these interior streets.
Show me Langley.
Yeah.
Can you also name some of the other streets that are unnamed? Like what's the
Like-
main street between, runs between?
I'm all right with that, because those are, again, from a practical point, it's not gonna change much of anything, because most of these, houses are already built out as 2 families.
Many of them are multifamily now.
Yeah, they are.
Yeah, they are.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
I know this is hard, I'm gonna ask my 4 and 6 colleagues. One of the principles that was persuasive to me was the idea that a single-family house or a single-family zone should not be done if there was, if it were just included. If these are MRs, but I remember a number of years back, we had a whole conversation about what should happen around Newton Center in this area, whether it should actually be rezoned to SR from MR.
I remember that.
Remember that conversation?
Yes.
And I spoke for the League of Women Voters at that point against that down zoning for no reason.
Well, the reason was to make the zoning consistent with the use. And I guess the principle that I'm comfortable, I know I give deference to my colleagues, but I think the question is there a rationale for the change? Is it that these are MR properties already and there are SR properties, or they're, I mean, in the Highlands, we at least had a reason that they were single family that we heard should not be included because they would change the underlying situation. I haven't heard that here yet, and I'd like to, before I vote, I'd like to know, is that true? Is it just, I mean, I give deference to my colleagues, but is it, I think implicit in the chair's question is we do this all over the city, is what do we end up with a net, we're not about the numbers, but then we then have a real problem with what we add back. So the rationale for it matters to me, because I think if they're single-family houses or single-family zones, I'm comfortable with that. If they're not, I think that's a line that I would prefer to draw at that point. So I don't know if the planning department can eliminate that or not.
Well,
I'm
happy, let me just say one thing. Okay, planning, go ahead. Does planning wanna speak?
Well, I mean, I think we zone these, we propose these in April, that these would be included in MRT. I think MRT is a district about adding, smaller scale multifamily housing and preserving existing buildings by allowing multifamily housing. I think this would be a quick case in point that, the underlying zoning would incentivize a tear down greatly, right? Because these are large lots and you could build very big 2-family homes, which I think we've seen throughout the city. I think if we want to create an opportunity for the preservation of these homes and allow for multifamily housing, I think this would be an area that's a case in point of allowing MRT.
And it's a mix, it's all zoned MR, and it's a mix of single and two.
But is there sort of a bright line where the single takes over?
And in general, I think as we said before, really anything within a quarter mile, that's not a VC2 or VC3, I think from a planning and kind of best practice would make sense as MRT.
I understand that rationale, but we're talking about a proposal from our colleagues, and I want to just try and listen to that and also understand the principle behind it.
This area is primarily MR, if you look at the assessor's map.
Yeah, that's.
Primarily MR.
It's almost all zoned.
From a practical point of view, there would be very little change at all whether it was MRT or whether the underlying zoning were left alone. But in an effort to try and find some streets that where it would be appropriate to remove some of the MRT so that we could get closer to 50% from the 70%. That's.
We're not anywhere near the 63% anymore, given on everything we've taken out.
Well, that, again, these proposals were done before any anticipation of the
I know.
VC one being removed. So what I'm saying is, I don't think we can make a determination right now as to whether we ought to or can cut these, because we don't know whether we would dip below the 50%.
I think you have the flexibility with, given that we can count the mixed use street parcels. I think you should have confidence in that.
But I thought the mixed-use streets cannot be counted towards our the continuing.
Just talk about units.
Oh, units, yes.
Units, yes,
But
area,
the-
no.
But the 67%,
But
so we should just table this, add those
Yeah.
6 in, and then table it until we find out what our numbers are at.
I'm happy to do that, table it
Well, if
until
you
we know the
table it,
numbers.
don't you just not remove
For the
anything?
Ward 6,
Yeah,
let's just
that
look at
will
this
be-
one more time.
Yeah, but we'll look
Okay,
at it
let's see.
again.
All right, folks,
Because the
folks,
circumstances have changed.
yeah, we are getting nowhere fast. So if we table this, the map goes back to the way it was.
Yeah.
Okay?
Fine.
And that's it, because that's how it goes to public hearing.
Except delete the added MRT.
No,
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 we're
the
gonna-
additional.
no, those
stuff.
are removing.
Yeah.
But then-
no,
So
no,
we
no,
will
no,
keep
we're not,
them.
no,
No.
wait, if we table this, all the black lines disappear. How
Oh,
about I
yeah,
put
yeah,
it that
the
way,
black lines,
okay? All the black lines disappear, so it all remains MRT if we
Yeah.
table this. We can talk about it again on September 11th, but just like all the maps we're not gonna get to tonight.
Well, let's hear from Councilor Bowman also on this. I don't wanna make this decision, on my own.
One, but if we've talked,
Can't hear you,
in this
Alicia.
conversation, can you hear me now?
Fair, somewhat.
Okay, so in this conversation, we've talked primarily about about what's south of Route 9, or south of the T, but we haven't talked about the sections that we recommended north of the center. Those are all primarily on single-family zone properties. So I have a different feeling about the properties close to Warren and Langley. I could see leaving those MRT. But the other ones that we've identified that are currently single-family or single-family use, north, I feel differently about. I feel that we should, similar to what we did in the Highlands, like the ones here along Chesley, that we ought to keep them, I'd like us to vote on the recommendation to remove them from the MRT zones.
So,
Who followed that?
Okay, so what she wants to do is the black areas south of Beacon Street for the most part. We'll keep that in, but north of Beacon, the black outline areas, those are really SR lots with single-family houses. And so she would like to remove those.
All of them?
Just, there's
There
about,
are a lot of, yeah.
there's
The ones that we,
15 to the
we've
right.
highlighted.
Okay, hold on, wait. Okay, so the ones north of Beacon Street are not all single family.
No, they're not. There's a bed and breakfast in there somewhere.
Yeah.
Okay.
This one.
Yeah.
They're either SR, currently zoned SR. There are a few that are two-family. Yes, there is a bed and breakfast in here. But they're zoned single-family. They're zoned SR.
Yeah, except for the corner of Chesley and Beacon. The first two lots on the right are zoned MR.
So why don't we keep those
Okay.
along Beacon Street? And I don't know, you don't have a real step down if you don't go from VC2 to MRT and you're really close in there. So,
So I think we did say that, that if they needed to be kept for step downs, then, we would consider other items. We were trying to just, you know, and I can see the point about keeping them along major roads. And again, you know, we were looking at this from from a multiple perspective of, you know,
Okay.
trying to be consistent across the city on the single family, as well as thoughts
Councilwoman,
about,
I think we need to go to another map. I'm thinking we should, but we should go to the VC3 and VC2 in Newton Center. See if,
In terms of that last piece, I think she's at least given us a rationale.
okay, I'm sorry, I'm not hearing one, but maybe I can't follow it.
Well, no, the rationale I heard was that the area north of
Beacon.
Beacon is, that area that's being marked with the cursor is predominantly single family, with the exception of the Beacon Street properties, the boundary properties on Beacon Street, not Beacon Street, but Center. Center?
Oh, that is Beacon.
Yeah, that is Beacon, I'm sorry, except for those.
Yeah, I would say it goes about a third of the way up the street. Where,
But I'm sympathetic to that idea that that's an area that ought to be removed.
Well, we can revisit otherwise.
But at least to get a provision, I mean,
Well,
I'm hearing from the Ward 6 councilors at least a rationale.
Yeah.
Now, whether you're gonna do it, that's fine, but
Okay.
we can table it.
I have an idea. How about, can we vote to retain all of the MRT south of Beacon Street and along Beacon Street that was previously shown? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that's unanimous, so we're retaining all of that. Now, there's some properties to the west and there's a few properties up above. Yeah. And I am gonna abstain because I'm not really following the rationale. But, because if they're, whether they're single residence zone, they're still close in and they're multi-families already, or they're a bed and breakfast, or whatever they are. And I can't get down to as fine a grain, but I'm gonna be happy with the planning department having some wiggle room. But do you wanna vote on whether to eliminate that section and the ones to the west?
So, that's the section that Councilor Bowman, as I understand it, is arguing to remove, right?
Right.
Okay.
I am okay if we remove those.
You did not.
Okay.
I thought you.
So,
But
folks,
you voted to.
Councilor Ryan.
I just want to ask a quick
Sure.
question through the chair to Councilor Danworth. On the corner of Center and Beacon, you have the first building there, which is Sandwich Works and whatever. But why is that next building green and black with the black border?
Center and Beacon.
Oh, it's voted, it's recommended to, it's MRT, and then there was recommendations to change it to VC3 and VC2, so it
Yes,
just looks,
we wanna upzone
black.
that.
It looks
Oh,
like
all
it's
right.
just a
I'm
color.
not being, because that's a professional building.
Right, we wanna upzone
Yeah.
that from,
We
MRT.
haven't gotten to that yet.
But aren't aren't the next two also professional buildings?
They are, and that's why they're included in blue where,
No, I'm talking about Green Center and Beacon.
right,
Right.
yeah.
They're proposing that.
We're gonna get to that in a minute, okay? Because they are proposing to upzone those,
That's all.
okay?
Madam Chair,
Yes.
however you decide you construct your straw votes tonight, it's obviously your prerogative. I feel very strongly that what you do in one district really affects what you do elsewhere in the city, and that consistency is very important. So I would urge that if however people are going to vote, that they reserve judgment until you see what goes on in Newtonville, in West Newton, and elsewhere. And I will add that I hear what the folks from Ward 6 are saying. I can assure you the folks in Wards 1, 2, 3, and 4 have extremely different views over the level of density and the level of redevelopment that they have had in their districts. And we ought to be sensitive that we're a city of a whole, and not a city of parts which
We're
get
trying to do
treated
that.
differently.
If we can't get to the other maps, we can't really do that. That's why we're taking straw votes and not real votes.
I understand that, but I'm just urging myself, my colleagues and the public to keep that in mind.
Thank you. It is important to keep that in mind. And it is certainly our intention, but we have to keep moving.
Councilor Kalis has his hand up.
Councilor Kalis.
Yeah, I just want to say, Deb, you keep saying, whenever Councilor Laredo speaks, you keep saying we have to keep moving on. I really think what he's saying, there's a lot of credence to. I mean, what you just passed for Newton Highlands and what you're talking about in Newton Center is completely inconsistent.
Why is it?
Let's see that at all.
If you're gonna upzone like you did like the committee did.
We did not
then,
upzone, excuse me, we just voted to keep the MRT zone where it is, south of Beacon Street. We did not upzone.
In Newton Highlands you did.
In Newton Highlands, what did we do?
And I think what Councilor Laredo was talking about is which I didn't articulate, and I probably should have. I didn't know you were going to be bringing these up today. Is all of the development that's gone on in Needham Street that does contribute to what's going on between Floral and Center.
We're just trying to get through these maps. Councilor Kalis, we have not upzoned anything so far. We have only downzoned. We've removed VC1, we've removed areas of MRT. In this particular case, we just decided to keep the MRT where it was originally proposed versus taking it out south of Beacon Street. And we're about to vote on that section north of Beacon Street. So far, we have not upzoned anything, although there are some things on the table. Councilor Leary?
I would just say to Councilor Kalis that I think the point that Councilor Laredo was making, which I happen to agree with, is that we should be consistent about MRT zones that around our village centers in all areas of the city. And when we make a decision about why we think a section or a community or a neighborhood should be MRT, we should keep it to our guiding principles and not be random about it. But I also think that when we have large swaths of a proposal that has been brought to us tonight, where we're seeing a lot of neighborhoods rezoned without any public input on it, or not enough public input, that we should be cautious about that. I think that was Councilor Laredo's major point.
Agree.
So, just to clarify, with the proposal, as I heard it from the Ward 6, is that the area north of Beacon Street that's outlined in black, should be considered for removal because of its predominantly single-family
Correct.
characteristic.
Yes.
Right? That's something that is the defining difference between the others, as I
Yes,
heard.
that's right.
Okay, if that's the proposal, do you want us to struggle on that?
Yes, but my understanding, I just want to clarify this. My understanding is that it's a single-family zone, but it's not predominantly single-family.
That's right.
It is predominantly single.
It's predominantly
Yeah, it is.
single-family.
Well,
There's a couple of two
yes.
family.
There's a couple, two families on the bed and breakfast, but it's predominantly single-family. Okay. Councilor Lipoff. Councilor Lipoff?
Yes, just quickly, I agree with what Councilor Leary just said. I agree in theory with Councilor Laredo. I caution my colleagues as we go to their neighborhoods to not be so parochial, to not pluck and pick and choose. Exactly the way Councilor Laredo would like everybody in the city who is going to be affected by the zoning. If we are equal with that through all of the neighborhoods and we stay consistent and can say to our constituency, look, we're doing the same thing here and there. This is our theory. This is our plan. And it is equally implemented. I think that that's going to be a way that we can speak to the public a little bit more clearly. So I would caution my colleagues to pluck a few lots off here, take this out of there, and look at this more as a whole. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilor Lipoff. Are we ready to vote on this black outlined northern section?
Yes.
Okay, all those in favor of removing this from the MRT zone, and basically removing it from the VCOD, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions?
Abstain.
I'm abstaining. So we have, how many abstentions? Four. We have 4 abstentions. Okay, 4 in favor. Well, that's just how we are. Okay, so 4 in favor, 0, 4. And those scattered sites to the west, all in favor of removing those?
What rationale, again, are
I
they
thought we were
single family?
tabling those.
Oh,
No, the ones.
No, to
The ones to the far left, I'm sorry, the MRT
5.
zones outlined in black. To the left, there are 5, 6, 7 lots.
Are they single family again? Is that the rationale from the Ward 6?
They, either single family or single family use. And again, we're just trying to be consistent. So we left the ones that were multifamily already and then
Well, I'm okay.
prioritize the others.
There's a proposal to remove those, I'm okay with that too, because
Okay,
it's a consistent rationale. I can at least articulate why.
all those in favor of removing the westward scattered site, black outlined MRT, from MRT and from the VCOD essentially, please say aye.
Aye.
And opposed, abstentions? 4 in favor, 0, 4. Okay, I think some of us need to see.
So
other-
these will be in the map, in the next set of maps then. We got the straw vote of
Yeah,
4
they will be in
abstaining.
the map.
We agreed to remove these from the map.
Wasn't it 4 to 4?
No, it was 4 abstentions.
4 abstentions, so it passes.
So
No,
remote.
So that's
Okay.
approved, so
Okay.
all
So
these
motion
come
passes.
out, the
Okay.
motion passes.
Madam, just a question of process, Madam Chair.
Yes,
If you effectively take them out completely on a 4-0-4 vote, how is anybody gonna know to put them back in when you look at this again?
I think we will know.
That makes no sense to
We will
me.
know, planning will come back to us and say, we need to make some adjustments because we have to assure contiguity, or we have to get the land area, or we
I
have
don't
to do
think
this.
I don't think that's sufficient respectfully, Madam Chair.
They should be outlined as removed.
You need to show people like a red line version, exactly what you've done, so that you can follow along and decide to
We'll talk
accept
to
or reject
planning about how
change.
to do that, there's a lot of graphics going on here, so maybe we do a
Dotted
dotted
You need to
line.
do- However you do it,
Alright,
we need to
okay,
do it,
okay.
alright?
Director Heath,
No, go on.
okay, alright, VC,
Wait, can we I make a motion for the additional MRT that wasn't part of the main map to take those out?
we can, I was just gonna go to VC2 and VC3, can we do that after? I think there's not gonna be much of a deal.
Okay, I just thought we were just sticking with MRT first.
Doesn't really matter.
Okay.
Let's go to VC2 and VC3. I think the first thing is, oh boy, we've got a couple things going on here. We do have some upzoning proposals in this one, and we have some downzoning proposals. I think we go first to, there's a lot of lots in here outlined in blue, but we're VC3 lots outlined in blue, proposing to downzone to VC2. Counselor Wright, I'm guessing
Yep,
this is
that's me.
all from you.
Yes, so the ones that I didn't do are that triangle at the end, there's like a 4 or 5 story building on there right now, down there in commercial, so it's already VC3 for some of it. And then over where the Walgreens is, I think that's an appropriate place for higher because it's on the north side of the street, it's not abutting residential. So shadows and it's a larger area, but then the rest of it, the VC3 and this one, 2 lots there. But the rest of it, I wanted to down zone to VC2.
So,
Comment.
is,
Isn't there a big 5-story building right
Yeah,
where you circled?
I'm gonna,
Counselor Danberg, I'm
Okay.
in Ward 6,
Yeah.
go ahead.
On Summer Street, where you have proposed downzoning to VC2, there's already a 5-story building there.
But that 5-story is really like a 3.5-story because
It's
the,
not, it's
the
a-
height, the actual height versus what
It's-
we're allowing now.
It's actually
very
not,
Okay,
it's a
okay.
it's a 5-story building.
One person at a time.
And across the street from that, on Tyler Terrace, which is behind Walgreens, the street behind Walgreens, that long, narrow, shaped parcel, that is over the Sudbury Aqueduct and cannot be built on.
I didn't downzone that at all. That was in my downzone,
Okay.
even though it is saying
Okay.
downzone.
That-
And I did miss the one blue lot on Tyler Terrace that should have been.
Yeah, so that long, narrow should just be taken out because it cannot be built on.
It's zoned public use, we should take it out.
Yeah.
Okay.
That was my black outline.
Oh, okay.
That was what that black line
Yeah.
means? Okay, so this is already coming out.
And then the other, there's VC3 up near the top there, by Mango.
Mango?
Yeah, just to the left of there. You're going VC3, and there is a small parking lot, but you're going into the MRT. There should be more transition.
Okay, comments, anybody else? Okay, Counselor Danberg?
All right, I would leave everything along Center Street, VC3. I think it's entirely appropriate to be VC3. It would complement the VC3 along Langley Road and Beacon Street, which I think needs to, down below, I think everything that's outlined in blue there ought to remain VC3.
Okay, so no change from you.
Yes, and we're not getting any complaints from the neighborhood so far that I have heard. And we've asked about VC3 there. So I'm not sure where that, can Counselor Wright tell me where what the rationale or where the suggestion came from? to
I'm hearing a
downzone
lot
all
of
that?
complaints from residents, so I'm hearing, we're just talking to the different residents, but I'm hearing a lot about especially in the village centers. They like to see 3 and 4 stories in the village centers.
That's what we have.
VC3 it's 5 stories and then up
4 and a half.
4.5, which is 5, plus you can have an additional 1. And you have
4.5 is not 5, it's 4.5. And there's a
And
definition.
the other thing is the heights, I mean, a traditional 4-story, 5-story building from 40, 50 years ago, which a lot of our buildings are older, the heights are a lot lower. So even though it's 4.5, and you can do an extra story, and it's not gonna be everywhere, or very few places, but it reads actually higher, another story plus.
Okay, Counselor Ryan?
Yeah, I'd leave that all BC3. Once again, that's where we need it. If we're gonna be taking all this other stuff out. And that Sumner Street building that we're talking about, that's not only 5 stories, that's on an upgrade, that's almost a whole story.
That's right.
So, I don't see why that's a problem, and all the ones that are in blue, that were VC3 on Beacon Street, and, they have to stay, we need to, and now that they can be mixed use, we just need them. That's where we need them.
Thank you. I have a practical question for planning. The long skinny site at the T where the H.H. Richardson station is and the diner was, is it
I think a lot of that belongs to the T.
I was gonna say, is it developable?
No, it's not developable, and actually the land on either side of the
park.
building of is parkland.
Yeah.
It doesn't belong to us, it belongs to the T.
These,
So I
with the
think that-
exception of these 2 lots here.
Yeah, the two rectangles.
Yes, one is a taxi
Taxi stand,
stand,
yeah.
yeah.
Okay, so they should, that should be cleaned up for the, there's a strip of park which we can't touch, and then they're so shallow though, that was really my question, how can you do anything there? You
Yeah.
can't. So, why, do we want that designation? No.
I think initially, I think we had.
Leave it public land.
I think
if anything.
initially we hadn't zoned anything on this side, and there was some feedback early on to rezone this side as well. So we did, and we added it to VC3, but I agree it's not going to be developed, or can't be, so.
I think we can leave the taxi stand, we can leave that VC3.
Okay, so what do we make it? How about MRT?
We just take, we can just take it out.
Well,
Just take it out, just take
remove
it out.
Just remove it, don't
It's
make
too
it
shallow
anything.
even for
We've got a
MRT.
historic building, it's too shallow, you can't get, you know, so.
Can't change that building anyway.
Okay, so we'll take that out, but all the
Take-
rest of it,
Take the Holster belt or leave the two privately owned
Leave the two
rectangles?
privately owned rectangles, even though I don't see how you're gonna develop those.
You can leave them VC3.
Okay, so 50 and 80.
I have
Or
I just had a
70.
question.
Yep, I'm sorry, go ahead,
On,
Councilor.
the lot that's, on the corner of Tyler Terrace and Center Street, it's like very wooded, kind of maybe it's a single family house, kind of set back, it's very close to Tangle Mango. I was just wondering
Is
what.
that Parkland?
It's very woodsy though,
Yeah.
and I don't know if that should be VC3.
I think that belongs to a historic society.
It used to be.
Yeah.
Council Ryan?
It used to be, a home that burned down. The one that's right on the corner of Tyler and runs
Does
up.
anyone know who owns
Remember
that?
that?
I'll pull that up.
I think it was historic.
Yeah,
There used to be a monument in front of it.
yeah.
Okay, we are digressing, folks.
Well, no,
That should
we're
be-
determining that.
It's a good piece of property.
So it is right along the main drag, and how is it zoned today? Business zone, right?
SR2,
It's SR2 right along the main drag there?
Yeah,
right along the main.
yeah, just
Okay.
that.
Yeah,
different
Samuel
style.
Francis
Yeah.
Smith
Stands out
Homestead
as-
Society.
Take a
Well,
look at it.
then you're gonna have a hole, if we take it out.
Is there a hole?
No, you're
in the
not.
wall?
No,
I thought that was the
It's-
boundary.
that's the last
It's
property.
the edge.
Okay,
It's the Samuel Francis Smith Homestead Society, but there's no homestead located on it. I believe the homestead is located elsewhere in Newton.
Well, it burned down.
It burned down.
It's
Okay.
burned down.
The stairs are still there. It burned
so
down.
somebody owns that
Historic
property and
stairs.
is doing nothing with it.
Well, I
Well-
think that's a perfectly good use of that.
Well, sure, but it's not public. Maybe-
Applause.
Maybe it should be public land. Okay, okay, so,
Center
Would
is.
you,
This view from Center Street.
okay, so
Next to
the
Tangle
very
Mango.
last northernmost
Yeah, exactly, turn.
site that Councilor Wright has on Center Street proposed to go from VC3 to VC2 is going to be taken out.
1179 to 1181 Center Street.
just take it out, period.
So that one's gonna go away. Okay, making progress. And, all right, so there's a motion, everything except for the teeny strip of land, along where the T is and the, aqueduct and the, parkland left over from the burning of the house. All the other sites that are outlined in blue, which were proposed as VC3. The motion is to downzone them to VC2. All those in favor?
Aye.
And opposed?
No.
No.
That's a 2-6. Okay,
You're
but
gonna-
look, we got things taken off the map entirely.
You're gonna deal with the outzoning,
Well, I wanna do VC2.
okay?
Right, so let's go to VC2. There is a proposal, most of the VC2 is not touched, but they're in the southwestern sort of the circle, there's some lots that are proposed to go from VC2 to VC3. And then there's a lot behind it that's proposed to go from MRT to VC2. So
What street is that?
that is Center Street. So I,
But the lot behind it is on a different
this
street.
lot behind it is Crescent.
Crescent.
Yeah.
Is that where the church is?
Yeah,
Well, there's a couple of churches, right?
the one on the south
You
side
lo-
there
you lost
is
me
on the
there.
church, the
Where
Roman
we at?
Catholic Church, yeah.
Here and
Okay.
here. So this is proposed for VC3 and that's proposed for VC2.
We're
And
rezoning
there's
the
a
church
church
area?
here,
Yes.
and there's-
One
We're
is
not-
Sacred Heart, yeah.
The idea,
This
Yeah.
is a church, yeah.
we're giving them more options so they can have residential,
Okay.
right?
Or commercial.
Or commercial, so that if, in the event they ever wanna, don't make it, they have an option. Okay. Is there a rationale for this? Is Councilor Bowman with us? I think this.
I am. I was having trouble following which items you were talking about.
All right,
If
we
you
are
could
on
please
Center Street.
Point to the map and.
Yeah, we are on Center Street, south. You have a proposal to upzone some VC2 lots along Center Street to VC3 and an MRT zone behind it going westward along Crescent Street from MRT to VC2.
That's the Catholic
So
school.
that's the Montessori school right now. It's already a 3.5-story building. So I guess the point was, why would we make it MRT if for some reason the building ever, I don't think it's likely to be replaced, but if it was to be replaced, why would we be down zoning? It's from its current building size.
Okay. Everybody get that?
That was the rationale there. And then, adjacent to that, the properties that are the gas station and the Greek math school and the hair salon, the ones that are closer down towards Crystal Lake. Again, those, I think, the MRT is a down zoning. Those are commercial properties currently. The gas station, as you know, would take, a sizable building to be able to pay for, if it were to be transformed to another use, especially residential use. It seems like a much better place to encourage continued commercial activity, probably smaller, but that was the rationale there.
Okay. What's the sense of the committee? Can we take this as a package?
I just have one question
Sure.
about that last piece. I understand about the Montessori school, but the parcel with the gas station on it abuts some residential, as I see it, that's existing resident, it's proposed to be added.
We haven't got there yet, no.
Right, but I just would ask the Ward 6 colleagues, you're talking about the parcels opposite the purple, the sort of pink triangle, right?
Yes.
And is there any concern about the parcels behind those? Because MRT is sort of a boundary parcel, and the parcels behind it, I think, are really residential, so that would be my only caution flag about those four. But the others, I'm fine. Ward 6?
Yeah.
Go ahead, Councilor Bowman.
Now you go.
Okay, along Crescent Street, now let's find Crescent Street.
We're not there.
We're talking about
We're down
Troy
here.
Way.
Okay.
We're down here now, right?
Norwood.
I think we were proposing this to be VC2.
Yeah.
Since I've lost the scale on this, is that what they're being proposed for VC2?
They're being proposed for VC2.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
The cursor is on them, and then behind them, something we're not likely to do but may, given what we're doing here, is our residential districts. I think it's an MR district if I'm reading the color right.
SR.
Oh, that's
It's
SR?
SR2, but
Oh, how come it's that color? Okay, never mind.
Because it's, I think, I don't know, the underlying zone.
Yes, there too, there's like a ranch right behind the gas station.
Okay.
and then there's an 4-unit apartment building.
So if we upzone all of this area, then you're going from VC2 to MRT, but if you upzone only
SR.
No, no, because if we upzone it, we're upzoning it to MRT.
Okay.
So,
all of it.
right, all of it.
Right.
I tell you what, that's an area of with a little bit of contention, so how about we look at the other ones first? And then we can decide what we wanna do
We
there.
do have setbacks for VC 2 and 3 in residential areas.
There-
So do we need to
there
remind
are.
everybody of
And
that?
We would, and so you'd have to be stepping back, well, not for VC two.
Yeah.
The
additional setbacks.
There's setbacks, but not the
Not
50-foot
setback.
one,
Yeah, sure.
yeah.
The rationale for our doing this as VC2 is that it's on Center Street, and B, it's across the street from VC3.
And their commercial property.
And their commercial properties already.
And it's 2.5.
And it's 2.5 stories. We thought that
VC2
VC,
would be 3.5.
three and a half, could go to 3.5
Okay.
stories.
Okay.
I don't know.
Which is most
Okay,
Could go, I mean, there's an upside and a downside.
Right, and I would add, so the point here obviously is the commercial building, and then the two squares next to it are 3-story apartment buildings. And so MRT is a down zoning of those properties. So at the very least, we didn't want to down zone in commercial or residential properties.
okay, got it. We all have this,
Yep.
ready to
Full
vote?
package.
Do we full package?
Full package.
Full
VC
package.
one.
All right, we have a full package here. Now, starting on Crescent Street, we have going from Center Street back, changing the VC2 to VC3 along Center Street. And then behind it, yeah, okay, you're in the right place now. Moving around too much though. That lot behind it going from MRT to VC2. And then further south along Center Street, proposing to go from MRT to VC2, where the properties are already commercial, across from VC3, and on the opposite side of the triangles, further south, going from MRT to VC2. And the one in the big triangle,
That's a medical building already.
okay, so.
No, that's, the big triangle, I think, is the condominiums.
Yeah.
And it's
Oh, the
already
apartments.
too big a property, it would have to be special permit anyway.
Okay,
Then do you remember, was it 41,000 square feet or
71.
something?
all right, so you want
Yeah.
all of those to be VC2.
No, I didn't propose changing that. I don't think we proposed changing that because
Well,
we
that was somebody else,
understood
okay, we're gonna leave
that was
that out.
somebody else.
Okay,
First.
everything else I just said, forget the big triangle, all those in favor of this upzoning to reflect more or less what's there and adjacencies and so forth, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? One opposed
I'm gonna abstain.
and one abstention. Okay, we got 6-1-1. Okay, the proposal to change the apartment condo complex to a VC2, that didn't come from the Ward 6 councilors.
Just not the triangle.
So,
Where did it come from, Madam Chair?
I don't know,
Hold on, I can,
Not if,
Give me a
not
I
if-
know, we're going to.
give me one
You
second.
wanna, how about the sandwich shop? You wanna dispose of that? That was, I thought.
Where's the sandwich shop?
There's an
Beacon.
MR, the little, right there, the MR district.
Upzoning MRTs to VC2.
Okay,
We did-
upzone it to,
I'm not, I'm asking Ward 6, but it's a.
The city councilor,
Yes.
give me a second
Yeah.
to tell you.
Council
who.
Ryan?
I'm sorry.
It's a city councilor, give me a second to tell you who.
Before we move on, can we talk about the building that on the corner of Center and Fall Street, which is a medical building?
We just agreed to upzone.
No, it's across the street on the other
No, we
side.
didn't.
on the other
Oh,
side.
across the
That's
street
a
on the
medical-
other side, the one we
yeah.
gave the special permit to?
Cause and what do we decide on that? Does it go into VC2 or?
That is a medical building and should be at least VC2.
Where is it? Could someone?
It's the Y,
cross
where the
street?
Y at the bottom, no,
Not
right
that
here,
one,
right
not
down,
that
down a little
Across
more.
the street?
Yeah,
Oh,
right
yes.
there, there.
So we just agreed to make that VC2.
I thought we didn't include it.
You didn't.
No, we didn't, we did
Oh,
not.
I said it, I said on the other side of the
Wasn't part of the
triangle.
package.
It wasn't part of your package.
So you wanna read?
Oh, for crying out loud, okay,
was.
so I tried to describe those areas
Might
as
have
part of
been
the whole
Council Wright.
package.
It's
And-
2 stories on one side, 3
I
on
think
the
it might have been yours, Council, right, for the Paul
other.
Street. area.
It might be, my kids go to the doctor there.
Is that the bridge, is that the bridge where the doctor's office
Yes,
are?
it is.
So the
Yes.
one on the right is the medical office?
No, on the left,
Left.
and on the right are apartment buildings.
Yeah.
I don't think that's correct.
Street view.
That's
Yes, it
correct, that is medical there, and then these are
Yeah.
condos.
Medical on,
The left side.
Okay, let's go to the Google
well, I
Maps.
think it's important that we understand what we're
Yeah, we
talking
gotta,
about.
before we
I
move
did
on.
describe that as part of the road, but never mind.
This is
Okay.
helpful to understand.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay,
There it is, you can see
Here
it
it
right
is,
there.
here it is, right there, the white,
Yeah, that. No, it's on the other side, there it is.
Yeah.
here you go.
So that's on the south side,
That's the corner, the far
Yeah.
left corner there, yeah.
right, I
is that
understand.
Center.
from Paul Street, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Center is over here to the left, and then this would be Paul.
And as you move to the right, it's the apartment building.
That's
Okay.
Paul Street.
Okay, so now that we know where it is, can we vote on this separately? So this section, from Paul Street to Center and along Center, there look like there are 3 lots.
Yeah.
So obviously those are much bigger than what MRT would allow. So we wanna upzone these to VC2, all those in
Yes.
favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, I thought, it sounded like an 8-0, no abstentions, no opposition, okay.
So the
8-0.
triangle with the condos, Councilors Leary and Greenberg
Are you
proposed.
gonna be able to describe this,
No.
what we just voted on, Cassidy? I hope
So-
so too.
It's across from you were talking about the 3 across from the big triangle.
Yeah.
And they're all over 30,000 square feet, so they'd be a
Anyway.
special permit.
Right,
Well, we didn't decide about lakefront property.
No, we haven't.
no, we haven't, and we don't know where that came from?
Councilors
Oh.
Leary and Greenberg.
I didn't remember.
Okay, would you like to
It's making so
withdraw?
many changes, you know,
It's gonna be a special permit anyway, right?
So
not if you subdivide the lot.
there's condos on it.
It's all condos,
I'll-
they're never.
I'll leave it off.
You can always divide lots, that's what we ought to remember.
All right.
okay?
I would leave that alone.
They're all
I'll leave it
condos.
alone.
Okay, we're gonna take that out.
It's also a really great example of what happens when you allow small units to be built. Those are very affordable condominiums, 2-bedroom units for
Great.
$600,000, so.
Okay, we have a sandwich shop to vote on. Could you tell me, Councilor Baker, where is the sandwich? Is that the one that has the?
Right there.
The red.
So it has red and blue around it. It's
Yeah.
MRT and people want, there's like at least 3 people who want it to be 3 different things. So,
I just want to decide what you want to do with it.
Yeah. okay, so, was put in as MRT. It's across from VC3. It's next to VC3. There's a proposal to upzone it to VC3 and there's a proposal to upzone it to VC2. Planning, can you help with this? What do you think?
I think you should just vote whether or not it should be
Okay.
VCP or
Okay.
VC2.
Who proposed that it be VC2?
I believe Councilors Leary and Greenberg said
I agree with
VC2.
that.
Yeah.
No, wait, you said VC3.
I did?
Yeah. And
Okay.
the-
I'd be okay with VC2.
the building professional said VC3. And
Can you give me context, what else is in that?
the Ward 6 counselor said
There's a music store.
VC2.
Oh, so why are those stores?
Okay, hold on,
in
guys. Guys,
State goes
okay, the
outside.
Ward
Shoot
6
us.
folks, the Ward 6 counselor said that those 3 properties there should be VC2.
Okay,
I
agree.
yes.
How's that?
So,
Make it
no,
VC2. Let's
that's
vote
not
on
what
that.
we said
Oh, that's
exactly.
not what you said.
We said that the property, starting from the corner, we agreed that should be VC3, and then the next property, we said it should be either VC2 or VC3. We just weren't sure what it would need to be for a step down. We gave it either VC2 or VC3. And then the next 2 properties are business use today, so we didn't want them to be MRT. So we thought that those should be VC2.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Makes sense.
Okay.
Change business.
So the proposal is to make, let me see if I heard this right. The first building that's outlined, continue that as VC3 and then go down to VC2 for the next two?
Yes.
Okay,
Down
that's-
3.
For the next
Yeah,
three, all
The
the way at
next-
the end of that zone. that-
So only the
There's
four-
only two more outlined.
Yeah, so all three outlined in blue would stay VC2.
But why would
No,
you
I
go all the
think-
way to
Not
the
what we
end of
just-
that business district?
Okay.
No, I think
Council
then it
Ryan, you
becomes
just have to speak up.
residential.
Oh.
It's just get in there.
There's more than
Hey,
3
yeah.
stories there.
Folks,
I think I go back to, because I brought this up before, I think that, the first two should be VC3 and the next two, which are those houses that are businesses,
should be
should be VC2, that's your step.
Okay,
Yeah, that's what we're proposing.
okay.
I want the first
Okay,
two
what's on
to
the
be
table
three.
right now, regardless of who proposed it, is the property with the cursor in it right now is proposed as VC3. The next two properties to the west are proposed as VC2.
Let's vote on it.
Yes.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Me. One opposed. Okay, and no abstentions? Got it. Okay, that, Councilor Baker, did you vote?
I voted with the majority.
With what?
Majority.
Okay, great, thank you. Okay, that's a 7-1. And we're almost done with Newton Center. We are going to vote, does anyone want to add any more MRT?
No.
Let's get rid of that.
Okay, all those in favor of adding more MRT, please say aye. All those opposed, say no.
No.
That sounded like 8-0, 0 to 8 to me. Okay.
So,
This is, all right, we gotta talk, folks.
I never thought of it.
I'm running out of gas.
I understand, but we have to talk about where we're going. As we got,
I'm going to bed.
yeah.
I thought you were going to Disneyland.
Okay, what we got done tonight was Elliott Street, Route 9, Newton Highlands, and Newton Center. And that's a big chunk, but
Also,
it-
Upper Falls and Lower Falls had no changes submitted, so those are technically done for this.
they did, and if you would like to vote on them, I was gonna say something like that. But, because we could do it quickly.
Let's
but
do it.
I'm more concerned about, last week, looking at how far we got last week, and that we still had amendments to take care of this week, and thank you all for doing a great job in getting it done before dinner. And be prepared and all that. President Albright said, when could we have another meeting in August? And I just wanted to see your face, Councilor.
Well, I'm actually planning on taking a vacation and I most assuredly am
I
not gonna
most
be calling.
assuredly would like a vacation too, believe me. So here's where we are though. We have some proposed changes to the map that we voted on that can go through for a notice for a public hearing, September, 26th, the Tuesday. And, but we're gonna have a lot unresolved on the maps. We're gonna have a lot unresolved on the maps.
I'm just pulling all nighter.
Start at noon on the 11th.
Start at noon on the 11th?
Yeah.
Well, but here's the thing, I mean, legally, what, if we're putting maps forward to the public, we need to make it clear that we haven't gone through them all. Here's some changes that have resulted from our proposed amendments in these places. The rest of the maps are old news at this point because we have, 100 amendments.
Why can't we just do it in a little piecemeal so it's easier for the public to digest as well? Why do we have to go through everything all at once?
Well, we're running out of time, guys.
Yeah.
We have to get this as a package to the council so it can get passed. And so we're running out of time.
You have a,
If we can get through the rest on the 11th, we can do our best to make sure what goes up on the 12th reflects these changes.
What goes up on the 12th?
What gets posted on September 12th for the notice for the public hearing. So if we can get through the rest on the 11th,
So the public notice gets posted on the 12th.
Do you have time
Or
to
the
get the maps
26th.
ready to be seen on
We
time?
can input these changes so they're ready to go, and if we move forward on the 11th expeditiously, then we can update them in the morning on the 12th.
And it's not all the maps.
So
About
September
6 or
11th
7.
is September 11th, first of all. I don't know how many of you regularly attend the service.
We should not be having a meeting during the service. I think that would be highly.
This is public duty, if we have to be there early, I'd be there, I'll be there, if they have to be here.
Okay, Councilor Rado thinks it's inappropriate for us to be meeting at the same time. I'm not sure I agree, but what's the sense of the committee?
Well, what time is there?
They usually go from 6 to 7 or something. So we would only have from 7 to whenever.
We do have a public hearing at 7, right, for the craft
And we have other
brewing.
business that night. I was
We never finish this.
breweries. So,
I think, President Bernard?
Do we have any other controversial villages? Weston?
Sure.
oh yeah, Weston Newton, Newville, Aubrey Hill,
Then Anthem.
Reached out to law and law said that we're.
I think the corner, there's more agreement on
Can pull it.
We can't have another meeting before the 12th, though. I mean, we have
Yeah.
September 11th, and we, even if we start at 6:30, we have an appointment and a meeting, we're still basically not starting this till, we can get craft breweries, I think we can do very quickly, especially if we,
Do a straw vote, say we're in favor, and then if we hear anything else, otherwise.
So, I'm a little stuck here, folks.
Do we have any, is there any Wednesdays or Thursdays?
Well, there's Wednesday, the September 12th, but that's a day too late. We can't we gotta get that notice out.
And then Thursday, the week before?
Thursday, the week
That would be
before.
the Labor Day weekend.
7.
I won't be here.
That's,
Labor Day week, you're not here, we have a council meeting that week.
Yeah, no, I'm sorry, I'll be there.
You'll be here that week.
Wednesday and Thursday I won't.
Well, yeah, Labor Day is the third and the fourth, second, third and fourth. But the 6th and the 7th?
I can do Friday that week.
No, sorry.
We do want the public to actually pay attention to what we do, and probably Friday night's not ideal.
No, but the
Nor for
Thursday the
staff.
7th, I have an event, but I would skip it. We wanna meet on the 7th?
I'll meet on the 7th.
You can't be here, Council, right?
No,
Can you be on Zoom?
no.
Okay, well,
Well, you
Well,
have very clearly submitted all of your amendments in advance.
I
Very,
think we'd like to hear from her, though.
it's pretty crystal what
it's pretty
Councilor
crystal
Wright
clear to me.
wants.
Should we try for the 7th then?
let's try for the 7th.
And we'll take it up again on the 11th. But if we go on the 7th, at least you folks would have a chance to, a little more time.
Is there something we could do on the 7th that would free up time on the 11th?
Yes. Why would it not free up time on the 11th?
No, I mean like.
Other
like
business.
An appointment, whatever else is on the agenda.
Oh, we've already noticed the public hearing for breweries.
It'd be too late to notice for breweries to
We have
move
an
it.
appointment, but I don't know if she's in town, we would have to find out.
I mean, we can, yeah,
Can we all hold that date? I'm sorry, Councilor Wright, if you can't either.
Depends on what time we start.
On the 7th?
Yeah, what time would you be starting?
7th?
I got something from 5:30 to 6:30, like.
Yeah, I do too, but I was thinking.
Oh, yeah, all right.
Yeah.
It's very difficult for me to get here at 5:30, so the real.
Oh, yeah, I wasn't thinking on that night to be here at 5:30.
I cycled as fast as I could.
So if we start at 7 on the 7th, go for our usual, at least 3 hours.
Yeah.
Council Wright, I'm happy to fill you in on everything if you'd like, and
I might record my stuff and you can just play it.
Maybe ChatGPT.
We know how you feel though.
Can I
Okay.
record my no votes to her recording?
I don't understand, you like
All right,
pre-record, you submitted all the
So
changes.
the 7th and the 11th, the 7th and the 11th, 7/11.
7-Eleven. Lucky, right?
Okay. And, wow, thank you all. For scintillating, another scintillating evening.
I move hold?
Yes, thank you. We have a motion to hold both
Not gonna let
items.
this
All in
screen
favor,
slow
please
down.
say aye. Aye, opposed, abstentions, thank you very much. Okay.
Yeah.